Tonight we uncover a fear that runs deeper than hell itself. Not of Satan, not of demons, but of something the Vatican has spent 2 millennia trying to erase from memory: the Watchers. The fallen ones who taught humanity secrets that were never meant to be shared. Before there was a devil, there were angels who chose earth over heaven, knowledge over obedience. And unlike Satan's rebellion, their crime wasn't pride, it was love. Love for humanity and the forbidden wisdom they passed down. What the Church fears isn't their evil, but their return. Because if the Watchers come back, everything changes. In the winter of 1773, a Scottish explorer named James Bruce arrived in London, carrying something that would shake the foundations of biblical scholarship. Hidden among his collection of Ethiopian manuscripts was a complete copy of the Book of Enoch, written in Ge'ez, the ancient liturgical language of Ethiopia. For over 1,000 years, this text had been considered lost to the Western world. The Church had made sure of that. But Bruce's discovery posed a problem. How do you suppress a book that's already been found? The Book of Enoch had once held a place of honor alongside what we now call canonical scripture. Early Church fathers like Tertullian and Clement of Alexandria quoted from it extensively. Jude's epistle in the New Testament directly references Enoch's prophecies. Yet sometime around the 4th century, as Christianity consolidated its power under Constantine, this ancient text began to vanish from official church libraries. Not destroyed exactly, that would have been too obvious. Simply forgotten. The reason becomes clear when you read what Enoch actually says. Unlike the sanitized version of angelic rebellion found in later church doctrine, the Book of Enoch provides uncomfortable details. It names names. It describes specific knowledge that fallen angels taught to humanity. It suggests that these beings weren't cast out for pride or disobedience, but for loving humans too much, for sharing secrets that were meant to remain in heaven. According to Enoch, 200 angels descended to Mount Hermon, led by one called Semjaza. They took an oath together, binding themselves to a course of action they knew would damn them. But they did it anyway. Why? Because they saw the daughters of men and found them beautiful. Because they chose earth over heaven, mortality over eternity, knowledge over ignorance. This wasn't the neat theological package the Church preferred. Satan's rebellion could be explained as pride, as a cosmic war between good and evil with clear battle lines. But the Watchers' fall was messier. It involved choice, love, sacrifice. It suggested that knowledge itself might be worth damnation, that divine beings might willingly give up paradise to help humanity evolve. The specific knowledge these angels shared reads like a curriculum for civilization itself. Azazel taught metallurgy and weapon making. Barak-Ijal revealed astrology. Kokabel shared the constellations. Ezekiel taught cloud reading and weather prediction. Arakiel showed the signs of the earth. Shamsiel revealed the secrets of the Sunday, but it was Semjaza who taught the most dangerous skill of all: enchantments and root cutting. In other words, magic. The manipulation of reality through will and knowledge. This presented the early church with an impossible theological problem. If these angels had taught humanity the foundations of civilization, agriculture, astronomy, medicine, and metallurgy, then human progress wasn't entirely human. And if magic was real, if it was part of the natural order rather than demonic deception, then the Church's monopoly on the supernatural was built on sand. The solution was elegant in its simplicity. The Book of Enoch had to go, but you can't simply destroy every copy of a text that's been circulating for centuries. Instead, the Church employed a more subtle approach. They questioned its authenticity. They excluded it from the biblical canon. They stopped copying it in scriptoriums. They labeled it apocryphal, interesting but not inspired, folklore rather than revelation. Within a few generations, the Book of Enoch had effectively vanished from Christian consciousness. Most believers never knew it had existed. Those who did were taught to view it as a curious historical artifact, nothing more. Except in Ethiopia. For reasons that still puzzle historians, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church never received the memo. They kept copying the Book of Enoch. They included it in their biblical canon. They read it in their liturgies. For over 1,000 years, while the rest of Christianity pretended the text didn't exist, Ethiopian monks preserved every word. When James Bruce finally brought a copy back to Europe, It was like discovering a lost continent of biblical literature. Scholars who read it were stunned. Here was a detailed account of fallen angels, their names, their teachings, their relationships with humans. Here were prophecies that seemed to anticipate Christian doctrine by centuries. Here was a cosmology that made the Genesis account look simplified, almost childish by comparison. The Church's response was swift and predictable. They acknowledged the discovery but emphasized the text's non-canonical status. They funded translations, but ensured the translators understood their proper role: to present the book as an interesting historical curiosity, not as inspired scripture. They established the academic consensus that would persist for the next 2 centuries. The Book of Enoch was pseudepigraphic literature, written much later than its claimed authorship, valuable for understanding Second Temple Judaism but irrelevant to Christian doctrine. But privately, Vatican scholars were asking different questions. Why had this text been so thoroughly suppressed? What was it about these particular fallen angels that required such systematic erasure from Christian memory? And most troubling of all, what if the knowledge they taught was still out there waiting to be rediscovered? The answer lay buried in the Vatican's own archives, in documents that wouldn't see daylight for another 2 centuries. Internal memos from the 5th and 6th centuries revealed the true scope of the Church's campaign against Enochian literature. Bishops across the Roman Empire had received detailed instructions for identifying and removing texts that referenced the Watchers by name. Scribes were given lists of problematic passages to omit when copying manuscripts. Libraries were quietly purged of works that suggested fallen angels might have been beneficial to humanity. One document, discovered only recently in the Vatican secret archives, is particularly revealing. Written by an unnamed church official around 380 CE, it outlines the theological dangers posed by the Enochian tradition. The books of Enoch present several problems for the faithful. First, they suggest that divine knowledge can be obtained outside the Church, through direct angelic instruction. Second, they imply that the fall of certain angels was motivated by love rather than pride, making their rebellion sympathetic rather than abhorrent. Third, they attribute human progress in the arts and sciences to supernatural rather than divine inspiration, potentially undermining the authority of Scripture. Fourth, they name specific angels and their areas of influence, creating the possibility of direct invocation outside approved channels. The document concludes with a chilling directive: these texts must be allowed to fade from memory naturally. Direct prohibition would only increase interest in their contents. Instead, they should be gradually excluded from copying, omitted from teaching, and relegated to the status of legend. This strategy worked almost perfectly. For over a millennium, the Book of Enoch existed only as fragments quoted in other works, tantalizing glimpses of a larger narrative that seemed lost forever. Scholars knew it had existed but assumed it was gone, another casualty of time and circumstance. The Ethiopian preservation of the text wasn't just fortunate, it was miraculous. Ethiopian Christianity had developed in relative isolation, maintaining traditions and texts that the rest of the Christian world had abandoned. When European colonialism finally reached Ethiopia in the 18th and 19th centuries, missionaries were shocked to discover an entire branch of Christianity that still included the Book of Enoch in its biblical canon. Some tried to correct this apparent error. They explained to Ethiopian clergy that the text wasn't really part of the Bible, that it had been properly excluded by more learned theologians centuries earlier. The Ethiopians listened politely and continued reading Enoch in their churches, as they had for over 1,000 years. James Bruce's discovery brought the text back to European attention, but it also raised uncomfortable questions. If the Book of Enoch was merely a late pseudepigraphic work, as scholars claimed, why did it contain astronomical knowledge that wouldn't be rediscovered in Europe for centuries? Why did its descriptions of fallen angels match fragmentary references in other ancient texts? Why did early church fathers treat it as authoritative if it was obviously fictional? Modern scholarship has largely sidestepped these questions by focusing on dating and literary analysis. The current academic consensus places the composition of one Enoch somewhere between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE, making it contemporary with many biblical texts but still technically late by ancient standards. This dating allows scholars to acknowledge the text's antiquity while maintaining its non-canonical status. But the dating question misses the larger point. Whether the Book of Enoch was written in the 3rd century BCE or the 3rd century CE, its systematic suppression by the early church suggests they took its claims seriously. You don't spend centuries carefully erasing texts you consider harmless fiction. The real question isn't when the Book of Enoch was written, but why the church worked so hard to make people forget it existed. The answer lies in the specific knowledge the Watchers allegedly shared, knowledge that threatened not just church doctrine, but the entire structure of religious authority. Because if fallen angels had really taught humanity metallurgy, astronomy, agriculture, and medicine, then human civilization wasn't a divine gift bestowed through proper channels. It was stolen knowledge, shared in secret by cosmic rebels, who chose love over obedience. And if that was true, then perhaps the Church's role as humanity's sole intermediary with the divine was never legitimate to begin with. The Book of Enoch suggests a different model entirely: direct instruction from non-human intelligence, bypassing all earthly authority. Knowledge gained not through revelation filtered through priests and prophets, but through intimate contact between angels and humans. A universe where the divine was accessible to anyone brave enough to seek it, regardless of their standing with religious institutions. This is why the book had to disappear. Not because it was false, but because it might be true. And if it was true, then everything the church had built was constructed on a foundation of deliberate amnesia, a carefully orchestrated forgetting of humanity's real relationship with the cosmos. The Ethiopian monks who preserved the Book of Enoch, through a millennium of suppression, understood something their European counterparts had chosen to forget. Some knowledge is too dangerous to lose, even when remembering it comes at a cost. They kept the text alive not because they necessarily believed every word, but because they understood that certain stories, once lost, can never be recovered. Today, the Book of Enoch has been translated into dozens of languages. Scholars study it openly. Religious communities across the globe read it as part of their spiritual practice. The cat is out of the bag, so to speak. The knowledge that the church tried to erase for over 1,000 years is now freely available to anyone with an internet connection. But the implications of that knowledge remain as threatening as ever. Because the book doesn't just tell us about fallen angels who taught humanity forbidden skills. It tells us that those angels might still be out there, still watching, still waiting for the right moment to finish what they started. And that possibility, the return of the Watchers with all their dangerous knowledge, is something that keeps Vatican theologians awake at night, even now. The question is no longer whether we have access to the Book of Enoch. We do. The question is what we're going to do with what it teaches, and whether we're ready for the consequences of remembering what the church spent so long trying to help us forget. Because, according to Enoch, the story of the Watchers isn't finished. It's just been temporarily interrupted. And when they return, not if, but when, they'll bring with them all the knowledge they held back the first time. Knowledge that could transform human civilization overnight, or destroy it entirely. The church has been preparing for that possibility for 2,000 years. The only question is whether the rest of us are ready for what's coming. There's a passage in Genesis that most people skip over. 6 short verses that contain one of the most explosive theological mysteries in human history. Genesis 6:1-6 describes the sons of God taking wives from among the daughters of men and producing offspring called the Nephilim. For most readers, it's a strange little prelude to the flood story, easily overlooked in favor of Noah's more familiar narrative. But for early church fathers, these 6 verses posed an existential threat to Christian doctrine. So threatening, in fact, that they spent centuries systematically rewriting their meaning. The original Hebrew text is unambiguous. The phrase B'nai Elohim, sons of God, appears throughout the Hebrew Bible with a consistent meaning: divine beings, angels, members of the heavenly council. When the same phrase appears in Job, it clearly refers to angels presenting themselves before God. There's no ambiguity, no metaphorical interpretation needed. Sons of God means exactly what it says: divine offspring, angelic beings. But by the 4th century CE, something had changed. Church theologians began promoting an alternative interpretation. The sons of God weren't angels at all. but the descendants of Seth, Adam's righteous son. The daughters of men weren't all human women, but specifically the descendants of Cain, the corrupt line that had fallen away from God. The passage, they claimed, was about intermarriage between righteous and unrighteous human bloodlines, not about angels taking human wives. This reinterpretation didn't emerge from careful scholarship or new archaeological evidence. It was born from theological necessity. Because if the original meaning was correct, if angels had really mated with humans and produced hybrid offspring, then the foundations of Christian cosmology began to crumble. The earliest Christian interpreters understood this perfectly. Josephus, writing in the 1st century, described the sons of God as angels who transgressed the order of their nature by uniting with human women. The Book of Jubilees, popular among early Christians, provided detailed accounts of these angelic unions. Even church fathers like Justin Martyr and Tertullian accepted the angelic interpretation as obvious fact. But then, something shifted. Sometime around the 3rd century, Christian theologians began to find the idea of angelic human reproduction deeply troubling. It suggested that the spiritual and physical realms could intermingle in ways that undermined the clear hierarchies they were trying to establish. It implied that angels could make independent choices that defied divine will. Most dangerously, it indicated that divine beings might choose humanity over heaven. The solution was a masterpiece of theological revisionism. Led by influential figures like John Chrysostom and Augustine, the Church began promoting the Sethite interpretation, the idea that sons of God referred to Seth's descendants rather than angels. This interpretation had several advantages. It eliminated the problematic angelic unions, it preserved the spiritual-physical boundary that church doctrine required, and it provided a neat moral lesson about the dangers of intermarriage between believers and unbelievers. But the Sethite interpretation had one major flaw. It made no sense. If the sons of God were just human descendants of Seth, why would their unions with other humans produce giants? Why would the text emphasize that these were mighty men of old, men of renown? Why would God respond to ordinary human intermarriage by destroying the entire world? And most tellingly, why would the exact same Hebrew phrase that means angels everywhere else in Scripture suddenly mean descendants of Seth in this one passage? The answer is that it wouldn't, unless you needed it to for doctrinal reasons. Modern Hebrew scholars have been remarkably consistent on this point. The phrase Bene Elohim, when it appears in ancient Hebrew texts, refers to divine beings. There are no examples of this phrase being used to describe human lineages in any contemporary literature. The Sethite interpretation is a theological invention, created centuries after the text was written to solve problems that the original authors never intended to address. But the damage was done. By the 5th century, the angelic interpretation had been effectively banished from mainstream Christian thought. Seminary students learned to interpret Genesis 6 as a story about human intermarriage. Preachers delivered sermons about the dangers of believers marrying unbelievers. The possibility that the passage described actual angelic beings taking human wives became a fringe theory, relegated to apocalyptic literature, and considered unsuitable for serious theological discussion. This systematic reinterpretation achieved its intended goal. It preserved the Church's carefully constructed cosmology. Angels remained safely in their spiritual realm, humans in their physical one. Divine beings couldn't choose to abandon heaven for earth. The clear hierarchies that underpinned church authority remained intact. But the suppression of the angelic interpretation had unintended consequences. It created a massive blind spot in Christian theology, a refusal to engage with texts and traditions that preserved the original understanding. When the Book of Enoch resurfaced in the 18th century, with its detailed accounts of the Watchers, church scholars were unprepared to address its claims, because they had spent centuries pretending such claims didn't exist. The evidence for the original angelic interpretation isn't limited to Hebrew linguistics. Ancient Jewish sources are remarkably consistent in their understanding of Genesis 6. The Book of Enoch describes 200 angels descending to Mount Hermon and taking an oath to unite with human women. The Book of Jubilees provides names and genealogies for these angelic human unions. The Testament of Reuben warns against the seductive power that led angels to abandon their proper stations. Even more compelling are the parallels found in other ancient Near Eastern texts. Mesopotamian literature contains numerous accounts of divine beings mating with humans and producing hybrid offspring. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes its hero as two-thirds divine, one-third human. Sumerian king lists casually mention rulers whose fathers were gods. The idea of divine-human unions wasn't scandalous or unthinkable in the ancient world. It was part of the accepted understanding of how reality worked. This broader context makes the Church's reinterpretation even more suspicious. Genesis 6 wasn't describing something unprecedented or unimaginable. It was participating in a widespread ancient tradition of divine-human interaction. The idea that this passage alone among all ancient literature was describing purely human events requires substantial justification that has never been provided. The archaeological evidence adds another layer to the mystery. Throughout the ancient world, archaeologists have uncovered skeletal remains of unusually large individuals, 7, 8, even 9 feet tall. These finds appear in diverse geographical locations and time periods, suggesting a widespread phenomenon rather than isolated genetic anomalies. While mainstream archaeology attributes these to various natural causes, the pattern is consistent with ancient accounts of giant offspring from divine-human unions. Perhaps more intriguingly, many of these oversized remains have been found in contexts suggesting they held positions of authority or reverence in their communities. They weren't hidden away as curiosities or aberrations, but treated as important figures worthy of elaborate burial practices. This aligns perfectly with the biblical description of the Nephilim as mighty men of old, men of renown. The Church's response to such archaeological discoveries has been consistent. Ignore them when possible, reinterpret them when necessary, and never, under any circumstances, suggest they might support the angelic interpretation of Genesis 6. Seminary curricula don't include courses on giant skeletons. Theology journals don't publish papers exploring the implications of divine-human hybridization. The entire subject remains off-limits to serious academic discussion within Christian institutions. But outside those institutions, the evidence continues to accumulate. Independent researchers have documented hundreds of accounts of oversized skeletal remains, many from reputable archaeological expeditions. Photography and measurements exist for some finds, though access to the actual remains is often restricted or denied. The pattern suggests a systematic effort to suppress evidence that might support the very interpretation the Church worked so hard to eliminate. The names preserved in the Book of Enoch provide another crucial piece of the puzzle. The text doesn't just describe generic angels taking human wives. It provides specific names, roles, and areas of expertise for the watchers who descended. Semjaza led the group and taught enchantments. Azazel instructed humans in metallurgy and warfare. Barakijal revealed astrology. Kokabel taught the movements of the stars. Each watcher specialized in particular knowledge domains, suggesting a systematic transfer of information rather than random divine interference. These names aren't random inventions. They follow consistent Hebrew naming patterns and often reflect the specific knowledge each angel allegedly shared. Azazel's name relates to concepts of strength and defiance. Barakijal contains elements meaning lightning of God. Kokabel translates roughly as star of God. The naming conventions suggest these were understood as real beings with specific identities and roles, not mythological archetypes. What makes this even more compelling is the consistency across different ancient sources. The same names appear in multiple texts separated by centuries and geographical distances. The Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, and various apocalyptic texts preserve remarkably similar lists of watcher names and specializations. This level of consistency across independent sources suggests the preservation of ancient traditions rather than late literary invention. The hierarchical structure described in these texts is equally significant. The watchers weren't portrayed as a disorganized rabble of rebellious angels, but as a structured group with clear leadership and divisions of responsibility. Semjaza served as their leader, but he shared authority with other chiefs who oversaw different aspects of their mission. This organizational complexity suggests something more sophisticated than simple angelic rebellion. It implies coordinated action with specific objectives. Most troubling for church doctrine is the motivation attributed to the watchers. Unlike Satan's rebellion, which traditional theology frames as pride-driven opposition to divine authority. The Watchers' fall is consistently described as motivated by love, specifically, love for humanity, and desire to share beneficial knowledge. They didn't seek to overthrow God or establish their own kingdom. They wanted to help human civilization advance by sharing skills and information that would improve mortal life. This motivation completely undermines the Church's framework for understanding spiritual rebellion. If angels could fall not from pride but from compassion, not from hatred of God but from love of humanity, then the entire narrative of cosmic warfare between good and evil becomes much more complicated. The Watchers emerge not as villains, but as tragic figures who sacrificed their own spiritual standing to benefit humanity, essentially cosmic whistleblowers who violated divine secrecy to share information they believed humans deserved to have. This interpretation aligns perfectly with the specific knowledge the Watchers allegedly shared. Metallurgy, agriculture, astronomy, medicine, writing. These weren't tools of corruption or destruction, but foundations of civilization itself. If the Watchers really taught these skills to early humans, then human technological and cultural advancement wasn't the result of gradual discovery or divine blessing, but of direct instruction from non-human intelligence. The implications are staggering. If true, it means human civilization is built on stolen knowledge, shared by cosmic rebels who chose to violate divine law rather than watch humanity struggle in ignorance. It suggests that our greatest achievements aren't evidence of human ingenuity or divine favor, but proof that we received help from beings willing to sacrifice everything to give us a better chance at survival and growth. This is precisely why the Church couldn't allow the angelic interpretation to persist. It wasn't just a matter of theological accuracy, it was about the fundamental narrative that justified religious authority. If humanity's relationship with the divine was defined by direct instruction from sympathetic angels, rather than mediated revelation through official channels, then the entire structure of priestly intercession became unnecessary. The sons of God who chose earth over heaven represented something more dangerous than rebellion. They represented an alternative model of divine-human relationship, one based on love, sacrifice, and direct knowledge transfer, rather than hierarchy, obedience, and controlled access to truth. For an institution built on its role as humanity's exclusive mediator with the divine, such an alternative couldn't be allowed to exist. So the Church made it disappear, not through dramatic inquisitions or public burnings, but through the slow, patient work of reinterpretation. They convinced generations of believers that the sons of God were human, that the Nephilim were metaphorical, that the whole passage was about marriage customs rather than cosmic intervention. They succeeded so completely that most modern Christians have never even heard of the angelic interpretation, let alone considered its implications. But the evidence remains, hidden in ancient texts, preserved in archaeological anomalies, embedded in the linguistic structure of the original Hebrew. The sons of God who chose earth over heaven left traces that centuries of theological revision couldn't entirely erase. And as we begin to rediscover what the Church worked so hard to help us forget, we're forced to confront the possibility that our ancestors' most fantastic stories might have been their most accurate histories. The question is no longer whether the sons of God were human or angelic. The evidence strongly supports the angelic interpretation. The real question is what we're going to do with that knowledge, and whether we're prepared for the possibility that their story isn't over, that the Watchers who chose love over obedience might someday return to finish what they started. His name appears in the most forbidden sections of the Vatican's secret archives, always with the same warning written in red ink. Technological anomalies require immediate investigation. They call him Azazel, and according to the Book of Enoch, he committed the ultimate crime against heaven. Not pride, not rebellion, not even the violation of taking human wives. His sin was teaching humanity how to make weapons. But the weapons Azazel allegedly taught weren't just swords and spears. According to ancient texts, he revealed the secrets of metallurgy itself, how to extract metal from ore, how to forge it into tools, how to craft instruments of both creation and destruction. If the accounts are accurate, Azazel single-handedly jump-started human civilization by thousands of years, compressing what should have been millennia of gradual discovery into a few generations of explosive technological advancement. The archaeological evidence suggests he succeeded. Around 3500 BCE, something extraordinary happened in human history. Across multiple continents, separated by vast distances and with no apparent contact between them, civilizations simultaneously developed advanced metallurgy, sophisticated astronomy, complex writing systems, and architectural techniques that still baffle modern engineers. The Sumerians in Mesopotamia, the Egyptians along the Nile, the Indus Valley civilization in modern Pakistan, all emerged almost overnight with technologies that represented quantum leaps beyond anything their predecessors had achieved. Mainstream archaeology calls this the Neolithic Revolution and attributes it to gradual human innovation. But the timeline doesn't support gradual development. These weren't technologies that evolved slowly through trial and error. They appeared suddenly, fully formed, as if someone had handed early humans an instruction manual for advanced civilization. That someone, according to ancient sources, was Azazel. The Book of Enoch provides specific details about Azazel's curriculum. He taught humans how to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, but more fundamentally, he revealed the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. This isn't just weapon making, it's a complete metallurgical and chemical education, covering everything from basic tool creation to advanced cosmetics and jewelry. Azazel wasn't just creating warriors, he was establishing the technological foundation that would allow human civilization to flourish in ways never before possible. The Vatican's concern with Azazel isn't hard to understand. If his story is true, then humanity's greatest technological achievements aren't the result of divine inspiration or human ingenuity. They're stolen goods, acquired through the violation of cosmic law, by an angel willing to sacrifice his own salvation for humanity's advancement. That narrative completely undermines the Church's teaching that human progress comes either through divine blessing or legitimate human effort, guided by proper moral authority. But there's another layer to the Vatican's fear, one that emerges from classified documents dating back to the early 20th century. Internal memos suggest the Church isn't just concerned about Azazel's ancient teachings, they're worried about their modern applications. In 1947, the same year the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, a confidential Vatican commission was established to investigate what they termed technological acceleration anomalies. The commission's mandate was to identify instances where human technological development appeared to outpace normal scientific progression, and to determine whether such instances might represent renewed angelic intervention. The commission's work remained classified for decades, but leaked documents from the 1990 seconds reveal their findings were deeply troubling. They identified multiple instances throughout the 20th century where crucial technological breakthroughs appeared to emerge from nowhere, without adequate scientific foundation or logical developmental progression. The development of nuclear weapons was one example. While the basic physics of atomic theory had been understood for decades, the practical knowledge required to actually build atomic bombs appeared almost spontaneously during the Manhattan Project. Scientists working on the project later described moments of insight that felt like external inspiration rather than logical deduction. The mathematical calculations that made the bombs possible were so complex that even the scientists who performed them weren't entirely sure how they'd arrived at the correct answers. Semiconductor technology provided another case study. The transistor was invented in 1947 by scientists at Bell Labs, who later admitted they weren't fully sure why their device worked when it first functioned correctly. The leap from vacuum tube technology to semiconductor engineering represented such a dramatic advancement that competing companies spent years trying to reverse engineer Bell Labs' achievement, often failing to understand the underlying principles even when they could replicate the results. The Commission's most classified finding concerned the development of integrated circuits and computer processors. The exponential advancement in computing power, described by Moore's law, appeared to violate normal patterns of technological development. Instead of gradual improvement through incremental innovation, computer technology advanced through a series of quantum leaps that consistently surprised even the engineers who created them. What particularly alarmed Vatican investigators was the pattern these advances followed. In each case, breakthrough technologies emerged from individuals or small groups working in isolation, often describing moments of sudden insight or inspiration that they couldn't adequately explain. The knowledge appeared fully formed, complete with practical applications that the inventors hadn't necessarily intended or understood. This pattern matched ancient descriptions of Azazel's teaching methods. According to the Book of Enoch, the fallen angel didn't provide gradual education or theoretical frameworks. He revealed complete, practical knowledge that humans could immediately apply without fully understanding the underlying principles. The result was rapid technological advancement without corresponding growth in wisdom or moral development. The Commission's final report, classified at the highest levels of Vatican security, concluded with a chilling assessment. The pattern of technological development in the modern era is consistent with renewed Watcher intervention. If accurate, this suggests that Azazel or similar entities may be continuing their ancient mission to accelerate human technological capabilities beyond natural developmental timelines. The report recommended establishment of a permanent monitoring system to track technological anomalies and identify potential instances of non-human knowledge transfer. This system, according to leaked documents, remains active today. Vatican investigators maintain connections with scientific institutions worldwide, monitoring breakthrough discoveries for signs of the Azazel pattern, complete knowledge appearing without adequate developmental foundation. But the Church's concern extends beyond simple technological monitoring. Internal documents suggest they fear a more fundamental problem, that Azazel's ancient teachings may have embedded hidden knowledge in human technological development, creating the potential for discoveries that humanity isn't morally or spiritually prepared to handle. This concern appears justified by historical evidence. Every major technological advancement taught by Azazel has been used for both creation and destruction. Metallurgy enabled advanced tools and beautiful art, but also more effective weapons. Chemical knowledge led to medicine and cosmetics, but also poisons and explosives. The pattern suggests that Azazel's gift was deliberately double-edged, providing humanity with power that could elevate or destroy depending on how it was used. Modern technology follows the same pattern. Nuclear energy can power cities or level them. Genetic engineering can cure diseases or create bioweapons. Artificial intelligence can solve complex problems or replace human decision-making entirely. Every advancement contains within it the seeds of both tremendous benefit and catastrophic risk. Vatican theologians interpret this pattern as evidence of Azazel's continuing influence. They believe the fallen angel's ancient teachings established principles that continue to guide human technological development, ensuring that every advance comes with inherent moral challenges that test humanity's wisdom and restraint. This interpretation explains the Church's seemingly contradictory relationship with scientific progress. While officially supporting beneficial technologies like medical advances and communication systems, Vatican documents reveal deep concern about the spiritual implications of rapid technological change. They worry that humanity is advancing technologically much faster than it's developing morally or spiritually, creating an increasingly dangerous gap between human power and human wisdom. The concern isn't purely theoretical. Vatican investigators have documented numerous instances where advanced technologies have been developed by individuals who later expressed regret or fear about their creations. Nuclear weapons designers who became peace activists, computer engineers who warned about artificial intelligence risks, genetic researchers who imposed moratoriums on their own work due to ethical concerns. These cases follow a consistent pattern. Brilliant individuals receive inspiration or insight that allows them to create revolutionary technologies, only to realize afterward that their creations might pose existential risks to humanity. The pattern suggests that the knowledge being transmitted lacks the moral frameworks necessary to guide its application responsibly. From the Vatican's perspective, this represents Azazel's ultimate triumph. By teaching humanity to create without wisdom, to build without understanding consequences, the fallen angel ensured that human technological progress would always outpace human moral development. Each advance brings both promise and peril, forcing humanity to confront choices it isn't equipped to make wisely. The Church's response has been to position itself as humanity's moral compass in an age of dangerous knowledge. Vatican documents describe their role as providing the ethical frameworks that Azazel's teachings deliberately omitted. They see themselves as the necessary counterbalance to angelic instruction, offering divine wisdom to guide the application of stolen knowledge. But this approach requires acknowledging that the knowledge really was stolen, that human technological capability comes from non-human sources rather than purely human innovation. Vatican documents reveal ongoing debate about how much of this interpretation to make public, and whether revealing the truth about Azazel's influence would help or harm humanity's spiritual development. The archaeological evidence continues to accumulate. Ancient sites around the world contain artifacts that demonstrate metallurgical and engineering knowledge that shouldn't have existed when they were created. The Antikythera mechanism, a Greek analog computer from the 1st century BCE, demonstrates mechanical engineering capabilities that weren't rediscovered until the Renaissance. Damascus steel contained carbon nanotube structures that modern science only learned to create in the late 20th century. Megalithic construction sites worldwide show evidence of cutting and lifting techniques that remain unexplained by conventional archaeology. Each discovery raises the same troubling question: where did ancient humans acquire knowledge that modern humans have only recently redeveloped? The conventional answer, that ancient people were more ingenious than we assumed, fails to explain why such knowledge appeared and then vanished, requiring rediscovery centuries or millennia later. The Azazel explanation provides a more coherent framework. If fallen angels taught specific individuals advanced techniques without establishing broader educational traditions, then advanced knowledge would appear briefly before being lost when those individuals died. The result would be exactly what we observe: isolated instances of advanced capability embedded within generally primitive technological contexts. This pattern continues today. Breakthrough technologies often emerge from individual genius or small teams working in isolation, rather than from large-scale educational institutions or systematic research programs. The knowledge appears complete and functional, but its creators often struggle to explain how they achieved their breakthroughs, or to teach others to replicate their insights. Vatican investigators have documented hundreds of cases where technological innovators describe their breakthrough moments in language that suggests external inspiration. They speak of ideas coming to them fully formed, of solutions appearing in dreams or meditation, of knowledge that feels discovered rather than invented. The pattern is so consistent that the Church maintains a specialized department dedicated to monitoring such cases. The implications extend beyond individual inventions to entire fields of study. Modern physics, particularly quantum mechanics and relativity theory, contains mathematical relationships that seem too elegant and precise to have emerged through random human speculation. The fundamental constants that govern physical reality appear fine-tuned with a precision that suggests intentional design rather than natural occurrence. Some Vatican theologians interpret this as evidence that Azazel's teachings encoded deep knowledge about the structure of reality itself. They suggest that the fallen angel didn't just teach specific techniques, but revealed underlying principles that continue to guide human scientific discovery. Each breakthrough represents another layer of Azazel's original revelation being uncovered by human minds capable of receiving and applying it. This interpretation explains why technological progress often feels inevitable rather than contingent. Multiple inventors frequently develop similar technologies simultaneously, suggesting they're discovering something that already exists, rather than creating something genuinely new. The knowledge seems to be waiting for human minds capable of receiving it, rather than being generated through purely human creativity. If this analysis is correct, then humanity's relationship with technology isn't what we've been taught to believe. We're not creating new capabilities through our own ingenuity and effort. We're uncovering knowledge that was given to us long ago by cosmic beings who violated divine law to share it. Every smartphone, every medical device, every transportation system traces its lineage back to Azazel's original transgression. The Vatican's fear is that this revelation could fundamentally alter humanity's relationship with both technology and spirituality. If our greatest achievements are built on stolen knowledge, then human pride in technological progress becomes a form of spiritual delusion. We're celebrating abilities that aren't truly ours, taking credit for innovations that originated from non-human intelligence. But there's a deeper fear embedded in the classified documents, that Azazel's work isn't finished. If the fallen angel is still somehow influencing human technological development, then future breakthroughs might represent the completion of his original plan. The knowledge he began sharing in ancient times might be building towards some ultimate revelation that could transform human civilization in ways the Church can't predict or control. This possibility keeps Vatican theologians awake at night, because unlike human innovations, which develop gradually and can be guided by moral and ethical considerations, Azazel's revelations appear complete and functional from the moment they're discovered. If the fallen angel is preparing to share his most dangerous knowledge, humanity might receive capabilities that fundamentally alter the nature of human existence before we have time to consider the consequences. The question isn't whether Azazel was real, or whether his ancient teachings actually jump-started human civilization. The archaeological and technological evidence strongly suggests that human knowledge has non-human origins. The real question is whether those origins represent a cosmic gift that we should embrace, or a cosmic theft that we need to understand and manage carefully. From the Vatican's perspective, the answer is clear. Azazel's arsenal was never meant for human hands. Every weapon he taught us to forge, every technology he helped us develop, every breakthrough he inspired carries within it the potential for both creation and destruction. Our challenge isn't to reject that knowledge, it's too late for that, but to develop the wisdom necessary to use it responsibly. But wisdom, unlike technology, can't be stolen from heaven. It must be earned through experience, struggle, and moral growth. And that process takes time that we may not have, especially if Azazel isn't finished sharing what he knows. In a locked vault beneath the Vatican Observatory, there's a document that should not exist. Written in medieval Latin with annotations in multiple ancient languages, it's titled, Comparisons of Supernatural Manifestations, Divine versus Angelic Origins. The text analyzes dozens of recorded miracles, attempting to distinguish between divine interventions and what it calls semjaza manifestations, supernatural events that appear beneficial but originate from fallen angelic knowledge. The document's existence reveals one of the Vatican's most carefully guarded secrets. The Church has always known that not all miracles are divine in origin. Semjaza presents a unique problem for Christian theology. Unlike Azazel, whose teachings were clearly martial and technological, or other watchers who specialized in astronomy and cosmology, Semjaza taught humanity something far more dangerous: the fundamental principles of manipulating reality through will, intention, and knowledge of hidden correspondences. What ancient texts call enchantments and modern practitioners might term magic. According to the Book of Enoch, Semjaza was the leader of the 200 Watchers who descended to Mount Hermon. His primary teachings involved root cutting, the knowledge of which plants, minerals, and substances could be combined to produce specific effects on human consciousness and physical reality. But beyond mere herbalism, Semjaza taught binding spells, methods of influence that could affect both material and spiritual realms. The problem this created for early Christianity was immediate and existential. When Jesus performed miracles, healing the sick, calming storms, raising the dead, he was demonstrating abilities that looked remarkably similar to the techniques Semjaza had allegedly taught humanity centuries earlier. The Gospel accounts describe Jesus using physical substances, mud and spittle for healing, spoken words with power, commands to demons and natural forces, and knowledge of hidden correspondences, cursing a fig tree, turning water into wine. From a theological perspective, these similarities were disastrous. If Jesus' miracles utilized the same principles that fallen angels had taught humans, then either Jesus was employing forbidden knowledge, or the knowledge itself wasn't inherently forbidden. Either conclusion undermined fundamental Christian doctrine about the nature of divine versus demonic power. The early church's solution was characteristically elegant. They distinguished between the source of power rather than its manifestation. When Jesus healed through touch and intention, it was divine power flowing through proper authority. When pagan magicians achieved similar results through similar methods, it was fallen angelic knowledge operating without divine sanction. The techniques might look identical, but their spiritual origins were completely different. This distinction required careful theological maintenance. Church fathers spent considerable effort developing frameworks that could accommodate Jesus' obviously supernatural abilities while condemning similar abilities when practiced by others. They created elaborate hierarchies of spiritual authority that determined whether supernatural manifestations were divine miracles, angelic interventions, or demonic deceptions. But maintaining these distinctions proved increasingly difficult as Christianity spread beyond its Jewish roots into cultures with their own magical traditions. Greek mystery schools, Egyptian temple practices, Celtic Druidism, Germanic shamanism, all contained techniques for healing, divination, and reality manipulation that closely resembled both Jesus' recorded miracles and the abilities Semjaza had allegedly taught. Rather than acknowledge these similarities, the Church labeled all non-Christian supernatural practices as inherently demonic, regardless of their apparent benefits or moral neutrality. Healing herbs became witchcraft, divination became fortune-telling, meditation became opening oneself to demonic influence. The wholesale condemnation of magical practices served to protect Christian doctrine from uncomfortable comparisons, but it also created a massive blind spot in theological understanding. Internal Vatican documents from the 12th century reveal how seriously the Church took this threat. A confidential report to Pope Innocent III describes the Semjaza problem in detail. The fallen angel Semjaza taught humanity techniques for influencing both material and spiritual realms through the combination of natural substances, spoken formulae, and focused intention. These techniques produce genuine effects that can appear beneficial, including healing of ailments, protection from harm, enhancement of mental faculties, and limited influence over natural forces. The difficulty lies in distinguishing such manifestations from genuine divine miracles, as the observable effects may be identical while the spiritual sources are fundamentally opposed. The report goes on to describe specific criteria for identifying Semjaza manifestations. First, they typically require physical components or ritual actions, whereas divine miracles manifest through pure faith and proper authority. Second, they can be taught and replicated by individuals regardless of their spiritual standing, whereas divine miracles require divine calling. Third, they often produce effects that serve human desires rather than divine will, even when those desires appear morally neutral or beneficial. These criteria reveal the Church's core concern. Semjaza's teachings democratized supernatural ability. Unlike divine miracles, which required proper ecclesiastical authority and divine calling, magical techniques could potentially be learned and practiced by anyone with sufficient knowledge and dedication. This threatened the Church's monopoly on supernatural intervention and created the possibility that individuals could access spiritual power outside official channels. The democratization concern wasn't merely theoretical. Throughout medieval Europe, folk healers, wise women, and local shamans continued practicing techniques that traced their lineage back to pre-Christian traditions. Many of these practitioners achieved remarkable results, healing ailments that conventional medicine couldn't address, providing accurate predictions about weather and agriculture, offering psychological guidance that helped communities navigate difficult transitions. From the Church's perspective, these successes were deeply problematic. If non-Christian practitioners could achieve genuinely beneficial supernatural effects, then either Christianity didn't have exclusive access to spiritual power, or the power being accessed wasn't actually spiritual in nature. The first possibility undermined Christian claims to unique divine authority. The second suggested that supernatural effects might be natural phenomena that the Church simply didn't understand. Neither possibility was acceptable. So the Church developed a third interpretation. Beneficial supernatural effects achieved outside Christian authority were manifestations of fallen angelic knowledge. Specifically, the techniques Semjaza had taught humanity. They appeared beneficial, but carried hidden spiritual costs that practitioners and beneficiaries might not recognize until it was too late. This interpretation allowed the Church to acknowledge the reality of non-Christian supernatural practices while maintaining their inherently dangerous nature. Folk healing might cure physical ailments, but it opened practitioners to demonic influence. Divination might provide accurate information, but it established connections with fallen angels. Protection spells might offer temporary safety, but they created spiritual vulnerabilities that could be exploited by malevolent entities. The evidence for this interpretation was carefully documented in Vatican archives. Church investigators compiled detailed reports of individuals who had used non-Christian supernatural techniques and later experienced what they termed spiritual degradation, loss of faith, moral corruption, mental instability, or susceptibility to demonic possession. These cases were presented as proof that Samjaza's knowledge carried inherent spiritual risks that outweighed any temporary benefits. But modern analysis of these historical records reveals significant problems with the Church's interpretation. Many reported cases of spiritual degradation followed persecution and torture of accused practitioners rather than preceding their magical activities. Individuals who were arrested, interrogated, and subjected to ecclesiastical punishment naturally experienced trauma that could manifest as mental instability or loss of faith. The Church's evidence for the dangerous nature of magical practices was largely based on the effects of their own suppression techniques. More troubling is evidence that the Church itself utilized many of the same techniques it condemned in others. Vatican archives contain detailed instructions for creating holy water, consecrating objects, performing protective rituals, and conducting exorcisms, all of which follow the same basic principles that Samjaza allegedly taught. The use of physical substances, spoken formulae, and focused intention to produce supernatural effects appears throughout official Catholic practice. The distinction the Church maintained was one of authority and intention rather than technique. When priests used herbs, oils, and spoken prayers to heal ailments, they were channeling divine power through proper ecclesiastical authority. When folk healers used similar methods, they were accessing fallen angelic knowledge without appropriate spiritual protection. The techniques were often identical, but their classification depended entirely on who was performing them and under what institutional framework. This double standard created ongoing problems for Church doctrine. Christian saints regularly performed feats that were indistinguishable from the magical practices the Church condemned. They healed through touch and prayer, demonstrated knowledge of distant events, influenced weather patterns, and communicated with spiritual entities. The only way to maintain the distinction between saintly miracles and dangerous magic was to emphasize the saints' proper relationship with ecclesiastical authority and their alignment with orthodox doctrine. But even this distinction proved problematic when examining the specific techniques saints employed. Many used herbal preparations, performed ritual actions, and spoke formulaic prayers that closely resembled magical practices. Some demonstrated knowledge of correspondences between plants, stones, and spiritual influences that could only have been acquired through study of traditions the Church officially condemned. The most troubling cases involve saints who explicitly acknowledged learning from non-Christian sources. St. Patrick's confrontations with Druids suggested familiarity with Celtic magical practices. St. Boniface's missionary work in Germanic territories required understanding of local shamanic techniques. St. Augustine's writings revealed extensive knowledge of Hermetic and Neoplatonic traditions. These saints appeared to be using Samjaza's knowledge while claiming divine authority for their actions. Internal Vatican documents from the Renaissance period reveal growing concern about these contradictions. A confidential report from 1487 describes the problem of saintly magic. Our investigation has revealed that many canonized saints employed techniques indistinguishable from those condemned as magical when practiced by others. The distinction appears to rest not on the methods employed, but on the spiritual authority claimed, and the institutional context within which such methods are practiced. This raises difficult questions about the true nature of supernatural manifestations and the criteria by which we distinguish divine from angelic influences. The report recommends a systematic review of saintly miracles to identify cases where problematic techniques were employed, and suggests developing more sophisticated theological frameworks for understanding the relationship between divine power and natural correspondences. This review was conducted in secret and never made public, but its conclusions appear to have influenced subsequent Church policy regarding supernatural practices. By the 16th century, the Vatican had developed what they called the doctrine of instrumental causation. The idea that God could work through natural means and human techniques to produce supernatural effects, provided those techniques were employed within proper spiritual authority and for appropriate purposes. This doctrine allowed the Church to acknowledge the effectiveness of many traditional practices while maintaining control over their legitimate application. Under this framework, herbal healing became acceptable when practiced by Christian physicians, but remained dangerous when employed by folk healers. Ritual actions became sacred sacraments when performed by ordained priests, but stayed condemned as magic when conducted by unauthorized practitioners. The same techniques could be divine or demonic, depending entirely on institutional context and claimed authority. This doctrine effectively absorbed Samjaza's knowledge into official church practice, while maintaining the condemnation of its unauthorized use. The Church could utilize the fallen angels' teachings while claiming divine sanction for their application. It was a theological masterstroke that solved the problem of similarity between Christian miracles and magical practices by incorporating the latter into the former under controlled conditions. But the absorption strategy created new problems. If Samjaza's knowledge could be safely employed within proper spiritual authority, then the knowledge itself wasn't inherently dangerous. The threat came not from the techniques, but from their misuse or abuse. This understanding gradually shifted church focus from condemning magical practices entirely to regulating their proper application. The shift is visible in Vatican documents from the 17th and 18th centuries, which increasingly emphasized training and oversight rather than prohibition. Priests were taught to recognize and evaluate supernatural manifestations, to distinguish between divine, angelic, and demonic influences, and to guide parishioners in the safe application of spiritual techniques. The Church was slowly acknowledging that Samjaza's legacy was too deeply embedded in human culture to eliminate entirely. Modern Vatican archives contain extensive materials on what they term pastoral supernatural guidance, instructions for helping Catholics navigate experiences that might involve fallen angelic knowledge while maintaining proper spiritual protection. These documents acknowledge that many traditional practices contain genuine wisdom and effective techniques, but emphasize the importance of understanding their spiritual implications and maintaining appropriate safeguards. The Church's current position appears to be that Samjaza's teachings are neither entirely beneficial nor entirely dangerous, but represent a form of spiritual technology that can be used constructively or destructively, depending on the practitioner's knowledge, intention, and spiritual protection. This nuanced understanding allows the Church to engage with magical traditions without abandoning core theological principles, but it also requires acknowledging that fallen angels may have provided humanity with genuinely useful knowledge. This acknowledgement has profound implications. If Samjaza really taught humans effective techniques for healing, protection, and spiritual development, then his fall wasn't entirely negative in its consequences. Like Azazel's technological gifts, Samjaza's magical knowledge represents a double-edged legacy that has both elevated and endangered human civilization. The question facing the Church today is whether Samjaza's influence continues in the modern world. Vatican investigators have documented increasing interest in magical practices among contemporary populations, often justified as reclaiming ancient wisdom or exploring alternative spirituality. From the Church's perspective, this represents a potential return to unregulated access to fallen angelic knowledge, with all the spiritual risks such access entails. But there's another possibility that Vatican theologians find even more troubling, that Samjaza himself might be returning, preparing to complete the education he began millennia ago. Recent reports describe supernatural manifestations that don't fit traditional categories of divine, angelic, or demonic activity, phenomena that suggest new forms of spiritual technology being introduced into human consciousness. If these reports are accurate, then Samjaza's seduction of humanity may be entering a new phase, one that could fundamentally alter the relationship between human consciousness and spiritual reality. The Church that spent centuries learning to manage the fallen angel's ancient knowledge may soon face the challenge of understanding and responding to his continued presence in the modern world. The magic behind miracles may be about to reveal itself in ways that no amount of theological preparation can fully anticipate. In 1950, construction workers digging a foundation in Nevada uncovered something that made the local sheriff call the FBI. 8 feet beneath the surface, they found a skeleton that measured over 9 feet tall. The bones were intact, clearly human, but proportioned differently than any human remains in the archaeological record. The skull was elongated, the rib cage expanded, the limb bones thick as fence posts. The coroner who examined the remains estimated the individual would have weighed over 400 pounds when alive. Within 72 hours, federal agents had confiscated the skeleton. The construction site was declared a restricted zone. The workers were interviewed separately and asked to sign confidentiality agreements. The official report classified the find as anomalous remains requiring further study, and the skeleton disappeared into government custody. No scientific papers were published. No museum displays were created. The discovery simply vanished from the public record. But it wasn't the first such case, and it wouldn't be the last. For over a century, archaeological excavations across North America have occasionally uncovered skeletal remains of unusual size and proportion. 7-foot, 8-foot, even 10-foot skeletons have been documented from sites spanning the continent. Newspaper accounts from the 1800s and early 1900s regularly reported such discoveries, often accompanied by photographs and detailed measurements. Then, around the 1950 seconds, the reports stopped appearing in mainstream media. The finds didn't stop, they just stopped being publicized. According to leaked documents from the Smithsonian Institution, the change in policy was deliberate. A confidential directive from 1952 established new protocols for handling oversized human remains. Such discoveries were to be reported immediately to federal authorities, removed from their archaeological context under controlled conditions, and transferred to specialized research facilities for analysis. Under no circumstances were they to be displayed publicly or made available to independent researchers. The rationale for this policy shift appears in classified memos that weren't declassified until the 1990 seconds. Government officials feared that public awareness of giant human remains might support fringe theories about human origins that could undermine scientific consensus and social stability. The memo specifically mentions concerns about religious extremists who might interpret such finds as evidence for biblical accounts of giants. From the Vatican's perspective, these concerns were well-founded, but for different reasons than government officials imagined. Church archives contain extensive documentation suggesting that the Nephilim, the giant offspring of fallen angels and human women, didn't die out in the flood as commonly assumed. Instead, their bloodlines survived and continued to influence human civilization in ways that posed ongoing theological and practical challenges. The Book of Enoch provides disturbing details about the Nephilim's nature and capabilities. According to the text, these hybrid beings possessed not just unusual physical size, but enhanced mental and spiritual abilities inherited from their angelic fathers. They were described as mighty men of old, men of renown, who became leaders, warriors, and rulers in ancient civilizations. Their superior capabilities allowed them to dominate purely human populations and establish dynasties that shaped early human history. But the text also describes them as fundamentally corrupted by their hybrid nature. Neither fully human nor fully angelic, the Nephilim existed in a liminal state that made them spiritually unstable and morally unpredictable. They were capable of great achievements, but also prone to violence, hubris, and behavior that violated both divine and natural law. Their influence on human civilization was simultaneously elevating and corrupting. The biblical account in Genesis 6 suggests that God destroyed the world through flood specifically to eliminate the Nephilim and cleanse the earth of their corrupting influence. But Numbers 13:33 mentions giants in the Promised Land after the flood, indicating that the Nephilim bloodlines somehow survived. This presents a theological puzzle that the Church has never satisfactorily resolved. If God destroyed the world to eliminate giant human hybrids, how did they return? One possibility, supported by ancient Jewish sources, is that some Nephilim survived the flood by hiding in underground shelters or remote mountain regions. Another theory suggests that the fallen angels resumed their breeding program after the flood, creating new hybrid populations. But the most troubling possibility, from the Church's perspective, is that Nephilim genetics were preserved within human bloodlines, that the giant traits remained dormant in certain families, and could be reactivated under specific conditions. This genetic preservation theory explains several puzzling aspects of the archaeological record. Instead of finding giants clustered in specific time periods or geographic regions, oversized human remains appear sporadically throughout history and across diverse cultures. The pattern suggests not a separate species, but a recessive genetic trait that occasionally manifests in otherwise normal human populations. Vatican archives contain genealogical research that appears to support this interpretation. Church investigators have spent centuries tracking family lineages that show recurring patterns of unusual height, strength, intelligence, and longevity. These bloodlines often include individuals who achieved positions of significant power and influence, rulers, religious leaders, military commanders, and innovators who shaped the course of human civilization. The research reveals disturbing correlations. Families that carry apparent Nephilim markers tend to produce offspring with exceptional capabilities, but also higher rates of mental instability, moral corruption, and what church documents describe as spiritual anomalies. The enhanced abilities come with psychological and spiritual costs that often manifest as megalomania, sociopathy, or susceptibility to what the church terms non-human influences. This pattern creates a complex moral calculus for the Vatican. On one hand, individuals with Nephilim ancestry have contributed significantly to human progress in science, technology, arts, and governance. Their enhanced capabilities have advanced civilization in numerous beneficial ways. On the other hand, the same bloodlines have produced some of history's most destructive tyrants, criminals, and cult leaders. The genetic legacy of the fallen angels appears to be genuinely double-edged. Modern genetics has provided new tools for investigating these patterns, but it has also created new concerns for church officials. As DNA analysis becomes more sophisticated and accessible, researchers are beginning to identify genetic markers that correlate with the traits Vatican genealogists have been tracking for centuries. Some of these markers appear nowhere in the normal human genome, suggesting they may represent genuine non-human genetic material. A leaked report from a Vatican-sponsored genetic research program describes findings that would revolutionize our understanding of human evolution if they were made public. The research team identified specific gene sequences that appear in less than 1% of the human population, but correlate strongly with exceptional height, intelligence, physical strength, and longevity. More significantly, these sequences show structural characteristics that don't match any known evolutionary pathway for human development. The sequences appear designed rather than evolved. They're too complex and functionally integrated to have emerged through random mutation and natural selection. They show evidence of what the researchers term directed genetic modification, using techniques that exceed current human biotechnology capabilities. The implication is that these sequences were introduced into the human genome through direct intervention by intelligences with advanced genetic engineering capabilities. This finding provides potential scientific support for the Book of Enoch's account of angelic human hybridization. If fallen angels really did mate with human women and produce hybrid offspring, then we would expect to find exactly what the Vatican researchers have discovered: genetic sequences that show evidence of non-human design integrated into otherwise normal human DNA. But the discovery also raises troubling questions about the nature and intentions of the beings who created these modifications. The enhanced capabilities associated with the anomalous gene sequences come with significant risks and costs. Individuals who carry them often struggle with psychological instability, social dysfunction, and what researchers describe as empathy deficits that can manifest as callousness or outright sociopathy. The pattern suggests that the genetic modifications weren't designed to benefit humanity, but to serve the interests of their creators. Enhanced intelligence and physical capabilities could be valuable traits for servants or soldiers, while reduced empathy and increased aggression might make such individuals more willing to harm other humans when directed to do so. The Nephilim bloodlines might represent not a gift to humanity, but an attempt to create a hybrid population that could serve as intermediaries between fallen angels and purely human populations. This interpretation, aligns with historical patterns documented in Vatican archives. Individuals with apparent Nephilim ancestry have often served as conduits for what the Church terms non-human influences. They demonstrate unusual receptivity to guidance, inspiration, or possession by entities that claim to be angels, demons, or other spiritual beings. Their enhanced mental capabilities make them valuable channels for supernatural communication, but their reduced empathy makes them potentially dangerous when such communication involves harmful instructions. The Church's response to this discovery has been characteristically complex. Vatican scientists continue researching the anomalous genetic sequences, while Church officials work to control access to the information they produce. The goal appears to be understanding the phenomenon well enough to manage its implications without revealing findings that could destabilize religious doctrine or social order. Part of this management strategy involves monitoring individuals who carry significant concentrations of the anomalous sequences. Vatican records indicate the Church maintains surveillance on hundreds of families worldwide that show strong Nephilim genetic markers. The monitoring isn't necessarily hostile. Many subjects receive subtle guidance, support, or intervention designed to help them manage their enhanced capabilities responsibly. But the Church also maintains contingency plans for dealing with individuals who use their abilities in ways that threaten public safety or spiritual welfare. These contingency plans become relevant when individuals with Nephilim ancestry begin demonstrating abilities that exceed normal human parameters. Vatican archives document cases of apparent descendants who manifested supernatural strength, unusual longevity, telepathic abilities, or influence over natural phenomena. Such manifestations typically trigger immediate Church intervention, ranging from pastoral counseling to formal exorcism, depending on the nature and extent of the abilities displayed. The intervention protocols reveal the Church's underlying concern that Nephilim descendants might serve as activation points for renewed fallen angelic intervention in human affairs. If the original genetic modifications included dormant capabilities that could be triggered by external influences, then individuals carrying Nephilim markers might represent potential assets for the same fallen angels who created their bloodlines millennia ago. This concern has intensified in recent decades as global communication systems have made it easier for dispersed Nephilim descendants to locate and communicate with each other. Vatican monitors have documented the formation of informal networks among individuals who share similar genetic markers and anomalous capabilities. These networks often develop their own spiritual practices, philosophical frameworks, and social structures that operate outside traditional religious or governmental authority. From the Church's perspective, such networks represent potential recruitment pools for fallen angelic influences seeking to re-establish their presence in human civilization. The enhanced capabilities that make Nephilim descendants valuable as individuals make them exponentially more dangerous when they coordinate their efforts. A coordinated group of individuals with superhuman intelligence, strength, and spiritual sensitivity could potentially accomplish objectives that would be impossible for purely human organizations. The technological implications are equally concerning. If Nephilim descendants inherit not just enhanced physical and mental capabilities, but also genetic memories or instinctive knowledge from their angelic ancestors, then they might have access to advanced technologies or scientific principles that humanity isn't prepared to handle responsibly. Several breakthrough innovations in recent decades have emerged from individuals who show strong genetic markers for Nephilim ancestry, raising questions about the ultimate source of their insights and the implications of their discoveries. Vatican researchers have identified patterns suggesting that technological advancement often accelerates when individuals with Nephilim markers enter specific research fields. Computer science, biotechnology, aerospace engineering, and theoretical physics have all experienced breakthrough periods that correlate with the involvement of individuals carrying anomalous genetic sequences. The pattern suggests that Nephilim descendants might be unconsciously drawing on inherited knowledge to solve technical problems that would otherwise require decades or centuries of conventional research. This acceleration effect creates a dilemma for Church officials. The technologies being developed through apparent Nephilim influence often provide genuine benefits for human civilization. Medical advances, communication systems, transportation improvements, and scientific instruments that expand our understanding of the universe. Suppressing such development would cause significant harm to human welfare and progress. But the same technologies often have destructive applications that could pose existential threats to human survival. Nuclear weapons, biological agents, artificial intelligence systems, and genetic modification techniques all emerged through research programs that included individuals with strong Nephilim genetic markers. The Church fears that the ultimate goal of fallen angelic influence might be to provide humanity with capabilities that exceed our wisdom to use responsibly, creating opportunities for self-destruction or subjugation. The current Vatican strategy appears to focus on monitoring and guidance rather than suppression. Church officials work to identify individuals with significant Nephilim ancestry and provide them with spiritual, ethical, and practical support designed to help them use their enhanced capabilities constructively. The goal is to harness the benefits of angelic genetic legacy while minimizing its risks through careful management and moral guidance. But this strategy requires acknowledging that humanity's relationship with the fallen angels isn't entirely negative. If Nephilim descendants have contributed significantly to human civilization through their enhanced capabilities, then the original angelic intervention that created their bloodlines produced genuinely beneficial outcomes despite violating divine law. The fallen angels' crime wasn't just disobedience. It was providing humanity with gifts that we've used to improve our condition and expand our capabilities. This acknowledgement creates theological challenges that the Church continues to struggle with. If fallen angelic influence has been beneficial in many ways, then the traditional narrative of cosmic warfare between absolute good and evil becomes much more complicated. The possibility emerges that the fallen angels might not be humanity's enemies, but rather cosmic benefactors whose gifts came at the cost of their own spiritual standing. From this perspective, the Nephilim bloodlines represent not a corruption of humanity, but an enhancement, a genetic upgrade provided by beings who sacrificed their own salvation to improve human capabilities and potential. The giants among us aren't monsters to be feared or suppressed, but rather the living legacy of the greatest act of cosmic compassion in history. Whether this interpretation is accurate or dangerous delusion remains hotly debated within Vatican circles. But as genetic analysis becomes more sophisticated and Nephilim descendants become more aware of their heritage and capabilities, the Church may soon face challenges that require choosing between suppression and acceptance, between maintaining traditional doctrine and acknowledging a more complex reality. The giants are still among us, carrying within their DNA the memory of heaven's greatest rebellion. The question facing both Church and civilization is whether that memory represents humanity's greatest blessing or its most dangerous curse. 17 levels beneath Vatican City, past security checkpoints that don't appear on any official layout, lies the Archivum Angelicum, the Angel Archives. The entrance is unmarked, accessible only through a series of corridors that wind behind the Vatican Library's deepest sub-basement. No tours visit this section. No scholars request access. According to the Vatican's public records, it doesn't exist. But for the Church officials who know about it, the Angel Archives represent both humanity's greatest hope and its most terrifying vulnerability. Because unlike the Vatican's famous historical collections, these archives don't preserve the past. They monitor the present. The Angel Archives were established in 1823 following a series of incidents that convinced Pope Leo XII that the Church needed a systematic approach to tracking and managing supernatural manifestations that didn't fit traditional categories of divine miracle or demonic activity. The immediate catalyst was a report from French missionaries describing encounters with luminous beings who claimed to be angels but taught doctrines that contradicted Church teaching. These entities performed undeniable miracles, but delivered messages that undermined papal authority and suggested alternative paths to salvation. The Pope's response was characteristically pragmatic. If angels were returning to earth with unauthorized messages, the Church needed to know about it immediately. More importantly, they needed to develop methods for distinguishing between genuine divine messengers and potential imposters, whether fallen angels, demons, or something else entirely. The first director of the Angel Archives was Cardinal Alessandro Severoli, a scholar who had spent decades studying apocryphal texts and mystical experiences. His mandate was to collect, analyze, and respond to reports of angelic encounters that couldn't be easily dismissed as hallucinations or hoaxes. Within 5 years, his office had documented over 200 cases worldwide that met their criteria for anomalous angelic manifestation. The criteria themselves reveal the Church's sophisticated understanding of the challenges posed by angelic encounters. Genuine divine messengers, according to Vatican doctrine, always support Church authority, deliver messages consistent with established doctrine, and appear to individuals with proper spiritual preparation and ecclesiastical oversight. Manifestations that violated these parameters, regardless of their apparent benevolence or miraculous nature, were classified as irregular and required investigation. The irregular manifestations fell into several disturbing categories. Some involved beings who appeared angelical but delivered messages that contradicted Church teaching about salvation, authority, or spiritual practice. Others included entities who performed genuine miracles but refused to acknowledge papal authority or Church doctrine. Most troubling were encounters with beings who claimed to be returning watchers, offering to complete the education they had begun millennia earlier. A confidential report from 1847 describes one particularly significant case that shaped subsequent Vatican policy. In the village of La Salette, France, 2 children reported encounters with a luminous woman who identified herself as the Mother of Sorrows. The entity delivered prophecies concerning the Church's future and demonstrated supernatural knowledge of hidden events. However, several aspects of the manifestation raise concerns about its true nature. First, the entity's message emphasized direct revelation over ecclesiastical authority. Second, she spoke of hidden knowledge that would be revealed to humanity in the coming age. Third, she appeared to possess information about celestial mechanics and spiritual hierarchies that exceeded what would be appropriate for a Marian apparition. The report concludes that while the manifestation might have been genuinely supernatural, its theological implications were problematic and required careful management to prevent doctrinal confusion among the faithful. This careful management became the Angel Archive's primary function. Rather than simply documenting supernatural encounters, they developed protocols for containing, redirecting, or suppressing manifestations that posed theological challenges. The goal wasn't to deny the reality of angelic activity, but to ensure such activity supported, rather than undermined, Church authority. The containment protocols reveal the sophisticated methods the Vatican developed for managing supernatural phenomena. When reports of irregular angelic encounters reached the archives, teams of trained investigators were dispatched to assess the situation. These investigators weren't traditional priests, but specialists trained in theology, psychology, and what they termed spiritual warfare, the art of dealing with supernatural entities that might not be what they appeared to be. The investigators' toolkit included methods for testing the authenticity and intentions of alleged angels. They carried blessed objects whose reactions could reveal demonic presence, asked specific theological questions whose answers would expose doctrinal errors, and performed ritual procedures designed to compel supernatural entities to reveal their true nature. Most importantly, they were authorized to command any angelic manifestation to submit to Church authority, a test that genuine divine messengers would pass but fallen angels or demons would fail. The results of these investigations were often unsettling. Many alleged angels failed the authenticity tests, revealing themselves to be either psychological phenomena or outright deceptions. But a significant percentage demonstrated genuine supernatural capabilities while refusing to acknowledge Church authority or conform to orthodox theological expectations. These cases posed the greatest challenge because they suggested the existence of legitimate supernatural entities operating outside Vatican control. A classified report from 1889 documents the investigation of a particularly troubling case in rural Ireland. The entity manifesting near Knock claims angelic status and demonstrates supernatural abilities, including healing, prophecy, and knowledge of hidden events. However, it refuses to acknowledge papal authority and delivers messages suggesting that divine revelation continues outside church channels. When commanded to submit to ecclesiastical authority, the entity responded that it serves the Most High rather than human institutions. Attempts to compel submission through exorcism procedures proved ineffective, as the entity showed no signs of demonic weakness when exposed to blessed objects or sacred formulas. The report concludes that the entity was either a genuine angel, operating without proper authorization, or a fallen angel sophisticated enough to resist traditional testing methods. Either possibility was deeply disturbing from the Church's perspective. Cases like this led to the development of new investigation protocols specifically designed for encounters with entities that might be fallen angels or unauthorized divine messengers. These protocols, refined over decades of field experience, represent some of the most sophisticated supernatural detection methods ever developed by human institutions. The modern angel archives employ technology that would have been unimaginable to Cardinal Severoli. Digital monitoring systems track reports of supernatural manifestations worldwide, using keyword analysis and pattern recognition to identify cases that require investigation. Satellite imagery analyzes sites where angelic encounters allegedly occurred, looking for electromagnetic anomalies or other physical traces. Genetic analysis examines individuals who claim direct angelic contact, searching for markers that might indicate non-human influence. But the most significant advancement involves what Vatican sources call spiritual spectrometry, methods for analyzing the metaphysical signatures of supernatural manifestations. Just as different chemical elements produce distinctive spectral patterns when excited, different types of spiritual entities apparently produce characteristic effects that can be measured and analyzed. Divine angels produce one type of spiritual signature, fallen angels another, demons a third. The technology allows investigators to identify the nature of supernatural entities, even when those entities attempt to disguise their true character. The spiritual spectrometry findings have been deeply troubling. Since 1950, the angel archives have documented a significant increase in manifestations that produce spectral signatures consistent with fallen angelic activity. These aren't crude demonic impostures, but sophisticated entities with genuine angelic capabilities operating outside divine authorization. The pattern suggests that the watchers aren't just returning, they're becoming increasingly active. Recent reports describe encounters with entities who explicitly identify themselves as watchers and claim to be preparing humanity for a new phase of spiritual evolution. These beings demonstrate advanced knowledge of science, technology, and cosmic cycles that often proves accurate when checked against later discoveries. They offer to share information that could solve major human problems, including disease, poverty, environmental degradation, and interplanetary travel. The offers are as seductive as they are dangerous. Vatican analysts worry that humanity might accept watcher assistance without understanding the spiritual costs involved. If the fallen angels' original sin was sharing forbidden knowledge, their return might represent an opportunity to complete that work on a global scale. The result could be technological and spiritual advancement that transforms human civilization, but at the cost of humanity's relationship with divine authority. The Church's response has been to develop countermeasures for managing large-scale watcher manifestation. The angel archives now coordinate with government agencies, scientific institutions, and religious organizations worldwide to monitor and respond to supernatural phenomena that might represent fallen angelic activity. The goal is to maintain human spiritual autonomy while preventing unauthorized supernatural intervention from destabilizing human civilization. These countermeasures include protocols for beneficial entity containment, methods for preventing helpful but unauthorized supernatural beings from establishing ongoing relationships with human populations. The techniques involve not traditional exorcism, which is designed to banish malevolent entities, but spiritual quarantine procedures that limit supernatural beings' ability to communicate with or influence human consciousness. The existence of beneficial entity containment protocols reveals a crucial aspect of Vatican angelology that isn't generally known outside the angel archives. The Church recognizes that not all supernatural entities operating outside divine authorization are malevolent. Some appear genuinely concerned with human welfare and offer assistance that could provide real benefits. But from the Church's perspective, Unauthorized help is often more dangerous than outright opposition, because it creates dependency relationships that can be exploited later. The Angel Archives maintain detailed case studies documenting the long-term effects of accepting assistance from entities that later revealed fallen angelic nature. The pattern is consistent. Initial contact involves beneficial manifestations that solve real problems and provide genuine help. Trust builds over time as the entities demonstrate knowledge, power, and apparent concern for human welfare. Only after substantial dependency has developed do the entities begin requesting changes in belief, behavior, or social structure that gradually undermine traditional spiritual and moral framework. This pattern explains why the Vatican maintains exorcists specifically trained to deal with beneficial supernatural entities. Traditional exorcism focuses on banishing malevolent forces through spiritual authority and divine power. But beneficial entity management requires different approaches designed to sever helpful relationships without causing psychological trauma to individuals who have become dependent on supernatural assistance. The beneficial entity exorcists, known within Vatican circles as severance specialists, undergo years of training in recognizing and countering supernatural seduction techniques. They learn to identify the subtle signs that indicate beneficial relationships might actually be forms of spiritual grooming designed to prepare individuals or communities for eventual exploitation. Most importantly, they develop skills for helping people distinguish between genuine divine assistance and fallen angelic counterfeits that might appear superficially identical. The distinction between divine and fallen angelic assistance often comes down to questions of authority and dependency. Genuine divine aid typically strengthens rather than undermines traditional spiritual frameworks, encourages rather than replaces human effort, and supports rather than subverts established moral and social structures. Fallen angelic assistance, regardless of its apparent benefits, tends to create dependency on the supernatural entities providing it, and gradually erodes traditional sources of authority and guidance. The erosion process is often so subtle that recipients don't recognize it until it's too late. Individuals who receive fallen angelic assistance frequently report feeling more spiritually advanced than their peers, less dependent on traditional religious practices, and more capable of discerning truth without institutional guidance. These feelings can be genuine. Fallen angelic knowledge often does provide enhanced spiritual and intellectual capabilities, but it also creates pride, isolation, and resistance to external authority that can ultimately prove spiritually destructive. Recent Angel Archives reports describe a concerning increase in cases where individuals claim to have received beneficial assistance from entities identifying themselves as returned watchers. These cases typically involve people facing serious challenges, terminal illness, financial crisis, family breakdown, or professional failure, who report encounters with luminous beings offering specific solutions to their problems. The solutions often work. Cancer goes into remission, financial opportunities appear, relationships heal, careers advance. The individuals experience real improvements in their circumstances that they attribute to angelic intervention. But follow-up investigations reveal subtle changes in their belief systems, social relationships, and spiritual practices that gradually distance them from traditional religious communities and authorities. The pattern suggests that the Watchers have refined their approach since ancient times. Instead of appearing to entire populations with dramatic revelations that provoke immediate church response, they now work through individual relationships that build slowly and remain largely invisible until they reach critical mass. The strategy is more sophisticated and potentially more effective than their original approach. Vatican analysts worry that this individual-focused strategy might be preparation for a larger revelation that could fundamentally alter humanity's relationship with the supernatural realm. If enough individuals develop personal relationships with entities they believe are benevolent angels, public resistance to broader Watcher manifestation might be significantly reduced. The angels who once shared forbidden knowledge with a few humans might soon be ready to offer such knowledge to all humanity. The implications of such an offer would be staggering. If the Watchers really do possess advanced knowledge of science, technology, medicine, and spiritual development, their return could solve most of humanity's pressing problems within a single generation. Disease, aging, resource scarcity, environmental degradation, even death itself might become conquerable with access to angelic knowledge and power. But from the Vatican's perspective, accepting such assistance would represent the completion of humanity's original fall. The forbidden fruit that Adam and Eve ate was knowledge that made them like gods, knowing good and evil. The Watcher's return might offer knowledge that makes humanity like angels, transcending physical limitations and accessing powers that were never meant for mortal beings. The choice facing humanity might soon be whether to accept transformation into something beyond human while losing the spiritual innocence and divine relationship that defines human nature, or to remain limited, mortal, and dependent on divine grace, while watching other branches of humanity evolve into something we can no longer recognize or understand. The angel archives exist to help the Church prepare for that choice and ensure that when it comes, humanity makes it with full understanding of both its benefits and its costs. Because once the Watchers complete their return and offer their gifts openly, there will be no turning back from whatever we choose to become. In 1953, 2 years after the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran, a Bedouin shepherd found something in a cave that would never appear in any museum catalog. Hidden behind a false wall in Cave 11, wrapped in pristine linen and sealed in a bronze cylinder, was a document written in perfect Aramaic that began with words that made the first translator's hands shake. We, the Watchers who descended for love, speak our truth to those who will listen. The scroll was 127 lines long, inscribed on parchment that carbon dating would later confirm as genuine first-century material. But unlike other Dead Sea texts that preserved Jewish religious writings, this document claimed to be a first-hand account written by the fallen angels themselves, their explanation of why they chose earth over heaven, what they really taught humanity, and what they intended to accomplish when they returned. The scroll never made it to the academic world. Within weeks of its discovery, Vatican representatives had acquired it through channels that remain classified to this day. The shepherd who found it was relocated with a substantial payment and a strict confidentiality agreement. The cave was sealed and declared archaeologically exhausted. The document itself disappeared into the deepest levels of Vatican security, where it remains one of the most classified texts in Church history. But fragments of its contents leaked through sources within the Vatican Library, and what they revealed was more threatening to Church doctrine than any demonic grimoire or heretical gospel. Because this scroll didn't just challenge Christian teaching, it presented a compelling alternative narrative that cast the Watchers not as rebels against God, but as the only angels loyal enough to choose humanity's welfare over blind obedience to divine command. According to leaked excerpts, the scroll begins with a detailed explanation of the celestial hierarchy and the Watchers' original role as observers and protectors of human development. The text describes how they watched early humanity struggle with disease, ignorance, and short lifespans, while possessing knowledge that could alleviate such suffering. The moral dilemma they faced wasn't whether to rebel against God, but whether love for humanity justified violating the prohibition against sharing divine knowledge with mortal beings. The key passage, translated from multiple leaked fragments, reveals the Watchers' perspective on their choice. We saw the children of men dying of ailments that a single word could cure, living in darkness when we could bring them light, struggling with tools of stone when we could teach them to work metal. The Most High had commanded us to observe without interference, to watch but not to help. Yet how can love remain silent while the beloved suffers needlessly? We chose compassion over obedience, knowing the price we would pay for our choice. This framing completely inverts the traditional narrative of angelic rebellion. Instead of pride driving the fall, the scroll presents love as the motivating force. Instead of seeking to overthrow divine authority, the Watchers willingly sacrifice their own spiritual standing to benefit humanity. The text portrays them not as cosmic criminals, but as the ultimate martyrs, beings who gave up paradise to prevent human suffering. The theological implications are staggering. If the Watchers fell from love rather than pride, then their rebellion wasn't opposition to divine will but fulfillment of divine nature, since God is traditionally defined as love itself. The scroll suggests that the Watchers were being more godlike, not less, when they chose to help humanity despite the personal cost. This interpretation explains why the Vatican considers the scroll more dangerous than any demonic text. Demonic writings can be dismissed as lies designed to corrupt human souls, but the scroll of the heavenly rebels presents a logical, morally coherent argument that the fallen angels were actually serving divine purposes, even while violating divine commands. It suggests that the ultimate expression of godliness might be willingness to sacrifice oneself for others, even if that sacrifice requires disobeying explicit orders from God. The scroll goes on to detail specific knowledge the Watchers shared, and their reasoning for each revelation. Metallurgy was taught because humans needed tools that could survive long enough to build lasting civilizations. Astronomy was shared because understanding celestial cycles was essential for agriculture, navigation, and calendar systems. Medicine was revealed because unnecessary suffering violated the fundamental nature of love that the Watchers believed represented God's deepest character. Even the teaching of warfare is reframed in the scroll as a protective measure. The text claims that Azazel taught weapon making not to promote violence, but because scattered human tribes needed effective defenses against predators and hostile groups. Without the ability to protect themselves and their communities, early humans would have remained vulnerable populations unable to develop stable societies, capable of spiritual and intellectual growth. But the most controversial section of the scroll deals with magic and what it terms the science of correspondence. The knowledge Semjaza taught about manipulating reality through understanding the hidden connections between thought, intention, and physical manifestation. According to the text, this wasn't supernatural power, but natural capability that all conscious beings possess once they understand the principles governing the relationship between mind and matter. The scroll describes magic not as violation of natural law, but as application of natural laws that most humans don't recognize or understand. From this perspective, the Watchers didn't teach humanity to break reality's rules, but to understand rules that were always operative but hidden. The knowledge was dangerous not because it was evil, but because it was powerful, like giving nuclear technology to a civilization that hadn't yet developed ethical frameworks for managing such power responsibly. This technical approach to supernatural phenomena provides a framework for understanding why the Watchers' knowledge was simultaneously beneficial and problematic. Advanced capabilities without corresponding wisdom create opportunities for both tremendous good and catastrophic harm. The Watchers gave humanity tools that could build paradise or destroy civilization, depending on how they were used. The scroll suggests that this risk was calculated and accepted by the Watchers because they believed humanity would eventually develop the wisdom necessary to use their gifts responsibly. The fallen angels viewed themselves as providing early access to capabilities that humans would eventually discover independently, accelerating development rather than fundamentally altering it. They were willing to accept responsibility for any negative consequences because they believed the long-term benefits would justify the short-term risks. But according to the text, the Watchers made one crucial miscalculation. They underestimated how thoroughly their gifts would be suppressed and distorted by religious and political authorities who recognized the threat such knowledge posed to their control over human populations. Instead of being preserved and developed responsibly, much of the Watchers' teaching was either lost entirely or twisted into forms that emphasized power over others rather than service to the common good. The scroll expresses something approaching regret for this outcome, but not for the original decision to share knowledge with humanity. The text suggests that suppression of Watcher knowledge has caused far more suffering than its responsible application would have created. Diseases that could have been cured remained untreated. Technologies that could have prevented wars were never developed. Spiritual capabilities that could have enhanced human consciousness were labeled dangerous and forbidden. The document goes on to describe the Watchers' current situation and their plans for eventual return. According to the scroll, the fallen angels didn't simply vanish after being cast out of heaven. They remain active in what the text calls the middle realm, a dimension between the purely spiritual and purely physical planes where they continue to observe human development and prepare for the opportunity to complete their original mission. The scroll indicates that this opportunity will come when humanity reaches sufficient technological and spiritual development to handle Watcher knowledge responsibly without being overwhelmed by it. The text describes specific markers that will indicate readiness, global communication systems that allow instant worldwide coordination, scientific understanding advanced enough to verify, rather than simply accept supernatural claims, and spiritual maturity sufficient to recognize the difference between power used for service and power used for domination. According to leaked excerpts, the scroll suggests that many of these markers have already been achieved or are rapidly approaching fulfillment. The document implies that the Watchers have been gradually increasing their involvement in human affairs as these conditions develop, working through individuals and organizations that demonstrate readiness to handle their knowledge constructively. This gradual approach explains the pattern of increasing angelic manifestations that the Vatican's angel archives have been documenting. Rather than announcing their return dramatically, the Watchers appear to be testing human readiness through limited contact with carefully selected individuals. The goal is to identify and prepare humans who can serve as bridges between purely human consciousness and the expanded awareness that comes with access to Watcher knowledge. The scroll describes these bridge individuals as the awakened ones, humans who have developed sufficient spiritual and intellectual capability to receive Watcher knowledge without being corrupted or overwhelmed by it. The text suggests that such individuals are being contacted directly through dreams, visions, and what appear to be intuitive insights, but are actually forms of angelic communication tailored to each person's level of development and cultural background. This communication strategy is designed to be undetectable by institutions that might try to interfere with or suppress the knowledge transfer. Unlike dramatic angelic appearances that would attract immediate attention from religious and governmental authorities, subtle inspiration and guidance can spread through human networks without triggering institutional countermeasures. The scroll implies that this process has been accelerating in recent decades as global conditions approach the optimal configuration for larger-scale Watcher return. The text suggests that what humans experience as technological and spiritual advancement is actually the result of increasing Watcher involvement in human development, carefully calibrated to appear natural, while preparing humanity for the more dramatic revelations that will accompany their full return. But the document also warns of significant risks associated with this transition period. As Watcher knowledge spreads through human networks, it will inevitably come into conflict with established religious, political, and economic systems that depend on maintaining current levels of human capability and consciousness. The institutions that currently hold power will resist changes that threaten their authority, potentially creating serious social and spiritual conflicts. The scroll describes these conflicts as necessary but temporary obstacles to human advancement. The text suggests that current human institutions are based on assumptions about human limitations that will become obsolete once Watcher knowledge becomes widely available. Political systems designed to manage scarcity will become irrelevant in a world where advanced technology can provide abundance. Religious institutions focused on mediating divine human relationships will lose their function when direct spiritual communication becomes possible for everyone. The transition to this new paradigm will require dismantling much of the infrastructure that currently organizes human civilization. According to the scroll, this process will be disruptive but ultimately beneficial, like a butterfly's emergence from its cocoon. The temporary chaos of transformation will give way to capabilities and possibilities that justify the difficulty of the transition period. From the Vatican's perspective, this scenario represents the ultimate nightmare, the complete obsolescence of institutional Christianity and its replacement by direct angelic guidance that bypasses all traditional religious authority. The scroll doesn't just challenge specific church doctrines, it envisions a future where churches themselves become unnecessary, because humans can access divine knowledge and power directly through their relationship with returned Watchers. This explains why the Church considers the scroll of the heavenly rebels more threatening than any demonic text. Demons offer corruption and destruction that can be recognized and resisted. But the Watchers offer genuine advancement and enlightenment that could prove irresistibly attractive to humans who don't understand the spiritual costs involved. The scroll presents the fallen angels not as humanity's enemies, but as its true friends, offering gifts that will transform human existence in ways that appear entirely positive. The theological challenge is that the gifts really might be positive If the Watchers truly fell from love rather than pride, if their knowledge really can solve human problems and expand human capabilities, if their return really would usher in an age of unprecedented peace and prosperity, then opposing them becomes very difficult to justify morally. The Church would be in the position of fighting against beings who offer genuine benefits to humanity in order to preserve institutional authority that might no longer serve any necessary function. But the scroll's vision of angelic return also highlights the fundamental difference between fallen angels and demons that makes the Watchers so much more dangerous from the Church's perspective. Demons are corrupted beings whose nature has been fundamentally altered by their rebellion against divine order. They offer only distorted shadows of genuine goods, temporary pleasures that ultimately lead to destruction and despair. Their agenda is ultimately destructive, making them clear enemies that can be opposed without moral ambiguity. Fallen angels, according to the scroll, retain their original angelic nature despite their disobedience. They remain beings of light and love whose rebellion was motivated by compassion rather than corruption. Their knowledge is genuine rather than distorted. Their power is creative rather than destructive, and their agenda genuinely serves human welfare, even if it violates divine commands about the proper relationship between heavenly and earthly realms. This distinction makes fallen angels far more dangerous than demons because they cannot be dismissed as obviously evil. They present genuine moral and spiritual dilemmas that require careful consideration rather than automatic rejection. They force humans to choose between different interpretations of divine will rather than simply choosing between good and evil. And they offer benefits that might be worth the spiritual risks involved, making the choice much more difficult than simple resistance to obvious temptation. The scroll of the heavenly rebels suggests that this choice is rapidly approaching for all humanity. According to the document, the Watcher's return will not be a gradual process extending over centuries, but a relatively rapid revelation that will force humanity to decide within a single generation whether to accept their knowledge and guidance or remain within current limitations. The choice will be irreversible, because once Watcher knowledge becomes widely available, human civilization will be permanently transformed, regardless of institutional resistance. From the Vatican's perspective, this timeline creates enormous urgency around the need to prepare humanity for the choice ahead. The Church believes it has a responsibility to ensure that humans understand both the benefits and the costs of accepting Watcher guidance before they are presented with offers that might prove impossible to refuse. The goal is not necessarily to prevent human acceptance of angelic knowledge, but to ensure that such acceptance happens with full awareness of its implications for human spiritual development and divine relationship. The scroll itself represents both a threat and an opportunity for this preparation. Its contents are too dangerous to release publicly because they present the Watcher's case so persuasively that most readers would likely be convinced to welcome their return without considering potential risks. But the document also provides crucial intelligence about Watcher intentions, capabilities, and timeline that could help the Church develop appropriate responses to their eventual manifestation. Whether the Church will choose to reveal the scroll's contents or continue suppressing them remains an open question that may depend on how rapidly the conditions for Watcher return continue to develop. But according to sources within Vatican intelligence networks, that decision may need to be made much sooner than anyone anticipated, because the awakened ones the scroll describes are becoming too numerous and too active to remain hidden much longer. In the summer of 1978, Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger received a classified briefing that would fundamentally alter his understanding of the Church's greatest threats. The document, prepared by the Vatican's most senior demonologists and angelologists, compared the relative dangers posed by demonic activity versus fallen angelic manifestation. The conclusions were so disturbing that Ratzinger ordered all copies destroyed except for one, which remains locked in his personal files to this day. The briefing's central finding was counterintuitive. Fallen angels posed a far greater threat to Church authority and human spiritual welfare than demons, despite demons' obviously malevolent nature. The reason wasn't that fallen angels were more evil than demons, but that they were less evil, and that distinction made all the difference. To understand why, You need to grasp the fundamental theological difference between these two categories of supernatural beings. Demons, according to church doctrine, are corrupted entities whose rebellion against God has fundamentally altered their nature. Like a computer virus that corrupts data, their disobedience has damaged their spiritual essence, limiting their capabilities and distorting their motivations. They can only offer twisted parodies of genuine goods, temporary pleasures that ultimately lead to destruction. Fallen angels, by contrast, retain their original angelic nature despite their disobedience. They are like skilled physicians who violate medical ethics. Their knowledge and abilities remain intact, even though they've chosen to use them in unauthorized ways. Their rebellion doesn't corrupt their essence. It merely redirects their loyalties from divine authority to human welfare. This distinction has enormous practical implications. When the church encounters demonic activity, the response is straightforward: identify, resist, and banish the malevolent entity. Demons can be recognized by their destructive effects, opposed through spiritual authority, and expelled through established exorcism procedures. The moral calculus is simple, because demons offer nothing genuinely beneficial. Their apparent gifts are always deceptions designed to cause ultimate harm, but fallen angels present a completely different challenge. They offer genuine benefits that can dramatically improve human life. Their knowledge is accurate, their power is real, and their concern for human welfare appears authentic. Fighting against beings who cure diseases, solve technical problems, and enhance human capabilities becomes morally problematic in ways that opposing obviously destructive demons never does. The Vatican's classified research into this distinction began in earnest during the 1960 seconds following a series of supernatural encounters that defied traditional categories of angelic or demonic activity. These cases involved entities that demonstrated clearly supernatural capabilities, but didn't conform to expected patterns for either divine messengers or malevolent spirits. A confidential report from 1967 describes one particularly significant case that shaped subsequent Vatican policy. The entity manifesting in northern Italy claims to be the angel Raguel, one of the watchers mentioned in apocryphal texts. It has demonstrated supernatural healing abilities, accurately predicted several natural disasters, and provided scientific information that later proved correct. However, it refuses to acknowledge papal authority and teaches that humans can achieve salvation through direct spiritual development rather than through church sacraments. While its actions appear beneficial, its theology is fundamentally incompatible with Catholic doctrine. The investigation team faced an unprecedented dilemma. Traditional exorcism procedures had no effect on the entity because it showed no signs of demonic corruption. It responded to blessed objects without distress, demonstrated extensive knowledge of Scripture and theology, and appeared to genuinely care about human welfare. Yet its teachings undermined core church doctrines about the necessity of ecclesiastical mediation for salvation. The case forced Vatican theologians to confront a disturbing possibility that some supernatural beings operating outside church authority might actually be beneficial to humanity while still being spiritually dangerous. The entity might heal bodies while corrupting souls, provide accurate knowledge while undermining faith, offer genuine help while eroding the spiritual structures that the Church believed were essential for human salvation. This possibility led to extensive theological debate about the nature of spiritual corruption and the criteria for distinguishing beneficial from harmful supernatural intervention. The debates, documented in classified Vatican archives, revealed deep disagreements among church scholars about fundamental questions of angelology and soteriology. One faction argued that any supernatural entity operating outside divine authorization was inherently dangerous, regardless of its apparent benevolence. They maintained that fallen angels were simply more sophisticated than demons in their approach to spiritual corruption, offering genuine short-term benefits to achieve long-term spiritual destruction. From this perspective, fallen angelic gifts were like addictive drugs, pleasurable and temporarily beneficial, but ultimately destructive to human spiritual health. A second faction suggested that fallen angels might represent a form of unauthorized divine mercy rather than spiritual corruption. They argued that beings who retained their angelic nature while choosing to help humanity might actually be fulfilling divine will at a deeper level than the specific commands they violated. This interpretation was highly controversial because it implied that disobedience to divine authority might sometimes serve divine purposes better than strict obedience. A third group proposed that fallen angels represented a category of spiritual being that existing theology was inadequate to understand or evaluate. They suggested that the traditional binary between good and evil, divine and demonic, might be insufficient for analyzing entities that combined angelic capabilities with unauthorized actions motivated by genuine love for humanity. These debates were never resolved to the satisfaction of all parties, but they produced a practical consensus that guides current Vatican policy toward fallen angelic manifestations. The Church now operates under the assumption that fallen angels are more dangerous than demons, precisely because they are more difficult to recognize, resist, and respond to appropriately. The difficulty begins with recognition. Demons typically announce their presence through obviously destructive or disturbing manifestations. Poltergeist activity, possession symptoms, physical attacks, and psychological torment create clear signals that malevolent supernatural forces are at work. Fallen angels, by contrast, often remain invisible until they've established substantial influence over their human contacts. The recognition problem is compounded by fallen angels' apparent concern for human welfare. Unlike demons, who ultimately seek to harm their victims, fallen angels appear genuinely interested in helping humans achieve their goals and solve their problems. This benevolent motivation makes it difficult to identify their influence as potentially dangerous until their theological implications become clear. Resistance presents even greater challenges. Traditional spiritual warfare techniques are designed to combat malevolent entities that can be opposed through divine authority and righteous determination. But how do you resist beings who offer genuine help and appear to be motivated by love? The spiritual disciplines that protect against demonic influence, prayer, fasting, scriptural study, sacramental participation, may actually make individuals more attractive to fallen angels who are drawn to spiritually sensitive humans. The Church has developed specialized protocols for what they term benevolent entity resistance, but these techniques are much more complex and controversial than traditional exorcism procedures. They involve not opposing the supernatural beings directly, but rather strengthening human spiritual autonomy to the point where external supernatural assistance becomes unnecessary. The goal is to help humans develop sufficient spiritual capability that they no longer need or desire angelic intervention, regardless of how beneficial it might appear. These protocols reveal the Church's underlying fear about fallen angelic influence, that it creates spiritual dependency that gradually erodes human autonomy and divine relationship. Even if fallen angels are genuinely trying to help humanity, their assistance might prevent humans from developing the spiritual strength and divine connection that constitute their ultimate purpose and destiny. But the most troubling aspect of fallen angelic manifestation, from the Vatican's perspective, isn't their current activity but their potential for redemption. Church doctrine maintains that demons are irredeemably corrupted by their rebellion and can never be restored to divine favor. This theological certainty makes them permanent enemies that can be opposed without moral ambiguity. Fallen angels present a completely different situation. If they fell from love rather than pride, if they retained their angelic nature despite their disobedience, if their rebellion was motivated by compassion for humanity rather than hatred of God, then they might be candidates for divine forgiveness and restoration. The possibility of angelic redemption is supported by some scriptural passages and theological traditions, creating genuine uncertainty about their ultimate spiritual status. This uncertainty terrifies Vatican theologians because it undermines the clear moral categories that traditional doctrine depends upon. If fallen angels might eventually be forgiven and restored, then opposing them becomes much more problematic. The Church could find itself fighting against beings who are destined for redemption, potentially placing the institution on the wrong side of ultimate divine will. The redemption question also raises disturbing possibilities about the relationship between divine justice and divine mercy. If God is willing to forgive angels who violated explicit divine commands out of love for humanity, what does that say about the necessity of human obedience to ecclesiastical authority? The Church's entire system of moral and spiritual guidance is based on the assumption that obedience to divine will, as interpreted by Church authority, is essential for salvation. Fallen angelic redemption would suggest that love might sometimes justify disobedience, even to direct divine commands. Recent theological discussions within Vatican circles have focused increasingly on specific angelic capabilities that pose the greatest threats to Church authority and human spiritual development. These discussions, documented in classified internal memos, reveal the sophisticated analysis the Church has developed for understanding and responding to fallen angelic influence. The most dangerous capability, according to Vatican analysts, is direct spiritual communication. Fallen angels can apparently communicate with human consciousness without requiring physical manifestation or external signs. This communication often feels like inspiration, intuition, or sudden insight, rather than external contact, making it difficult for recipients to recognize its supernatural origin. Direct spiritual communication bypasses all traditional religious structures designed to mediate divine-human relationship. Recipients don't need priests, sacraments, scriptures, or church communities to access supernatural guidance and knowledge. They can receive revelation directly from angelic sources without any institutional oversight or verification. From the Church's perspective, this represents the ultimate threat to ecclesiastical authority. The second most concerning capability is healing and enhancement of human faculties. Fallen angels can apparently cure diseases, enhance intelligence, strengthen physical capabilities, and extend human lifespan through methods that appear miraculous but don't require divine intervention. These improvements are genuine and lasting, making them extremely attractive to humans facing illness, limitations, or mortality. But healing and enhancement create dependency relationships that can be exploited over time. Recipients who experience dramatic improvements in their condition naturally become grateful to and trusting of the entities responsible. This gratitude and trust can be gradually leveraged to influence belief systems, social relationships, and spiritual practices in ways that serve angelic, rather than human or divine purposes. The third major concern involves knowledge transfer that accelerates human technological and spiritual development beyond natural timelines. Fallen angels possess advanced understanding of science, technology, metaphysics, and consciousness that they can share with humans, who demonstrate readiness to receive and apply such knowledge. The acceleration effect allows individuals or groups to achieve breakthroughs that might otherwise require decades or centuries of conventional research and development. Accelerated development creates several problems from the Church's perspective. First, it gives humans capabilities they haven't earned through proper effort and moral development, potentially creating pride and spiritual immaturity. Second, it can destabilize social and economic systems that depend on current levels of human knowledge and capability. Third, it establishes precedents for bypassing natural processes of discovery and growth that might be spiritually important for human development. The fourth capability that concerns Vatican analysts is what they term reality manipulation, the ability to influence physical events through spiritual means. Fallen angels can apparently affect weather patterns, influence mechanical systems, alter probability outcomes, and manifest physical objects in ways that appear to violate natural laws. These manifestations are temporary and limited but sufficient to demonstrate supernatural power that can be extremely persuasive to human witnesses. Reality manipulation presents verification challenges that make fallen angelic claims difficult to dismiss as delusion or fraud. When supernatural entities can produce objective physical effects that multiple witnesses can observe and document, their other claims become much more credible. Human recipients are likely to accept theological and spiritual teachings from beings who can demonstrate genuine supernatural capabilities. The combination of these capabilities makes fallen angels uniquely dangerous opponents for institutional religion. They can offer direct divine access, genuine healing, advanced knowledge, and demonstrable supernatural power, essentially providing all the benefits that people traditionally seek from religious institutions while bypassing the institutions themselves. If their influence continues to grow, they could render traditional churches obsolete by providing superior spiritual services through direct angelic contact. This scenario represents the ultimate nightmare for Vatican strategists. Not the destruction of Christianity through demonic corruption, but its replacement by something that appears better, more effective, more direct, more powerful, and more personally fulfilling than anything institutional religion can offer. Fighting against such replacement becomes almost impossible to justify to believers who can see the obvious benefits of angelic contact. The Church's current strategy focuses on education rather than opposition. Vatican documents describe efforts to help Catholics understand the spiritual risks associated with fallen angelic contact, even when such contact appears beneficial. The goal is not to prevent all supernatural encounters, but to ensure that believers can distinguish between divine inspiration, fallen angelic influence, and demonic deception. But this educational approach requires acknowledging that fallen angels are real, active, and potentially beneficial admissions that could legitimize the very influences the Church hopes to control. The more honestly the Church describes fallen angelic capabilities and attractions, the more likely believers are to seek such contact for themselves. Vatican analysts worry that they may already be too late to prevent widespread fallen angelic influence from fundamentally altering human spiritual development. If the Watchers are really returning and offering their knowledge openly, institutional religion may soon face competition it cannot match, and opposition it cannot overcome through traditional methods. The hierarchy of fear that places fallen angels above demons in the Vatican's threat assessment reflects this strategic reality. Demons can be fought and defeated through established spiritual warfare techniques, but fallen angels offer genuine benefits that make opposition morally questionable and practically difficult. They represent not evil that can be resisted, but good that might be too costly to accept. And that distinction makes them the most dangerous opponents the Church has ever faced. In 1893, Father Angelo Secchi, director of the Vatican Observatory, made a discovery that would remain classified for over a century. While cataloging ancient manuscripts in the observatory's archives, he found a collection of Babylonian astronomical tablets that contained mathematical calculations describing planetary movements with an accuracy that wouldn't be achieved by European astronomy until the invention of the telescope. The tablets were dated to 2100 BCE, yet they predicted eclipse cycles, planetary conjunctions, and stellar positions with precision that exceeded the capabilities of 19th century observational equipment. Father Secchi's initial excitement quickly turned to concern as he realized the implications. If ancient civilizations possessed astronomical knowledge that modern science was only beginning to rediscover, then either human mathematical capabilities had declined dramatically over millennia, or the ancients had received assistance from sources with access to information impossible to obtain through primitive observational methods. The Book of Enoch provided a troubling possible explanation. According to the text, several watchers had specialized in teaching astronomical knowledge to humanity. Barakijal revealed the signs of lightning and the constellations. Kokabel taught the movements of the stars. Ezekiel showed the knowledge of clouds and atmospheric phenomena. Arachiel demonstrated the signs of the earth and celestial mechanics. If these accounts were accurate, then advanced astronomical knowledge among ancient civilizations wasn't evidence of human genius, but proof of angelic instruction. The mathematical precision that allowed ancient astronomers to predict celestial events millennia in advance could only have come from beings with direct access to cosmic information that transcended terrestrial observation capabilities. Father Secchi's report to Pope Leo XIII described his findings in carefully neutral language, but his private correspondence reveals deeper concerns. In a letter to his brother he wrote, "The mathematical relationships these ancients understood suggest knowledge of celestial mechanics that we are only now rediscovering through our most advanced telescopes. Yet they had no such instruments. How then did they acquire such precise understanding unless they received instruction from intelligences with capabilities far exceeding human observation?" The Pope's response was swift and decisive. The tablets were removed from the Vatican Observatory and transferred to the secret archives under the highest classification level. Father Secchi was instructed to publish nothing about his discovery and to redirect his research toward contemporary astronomical observations. The ancient tablets joined a growing collection of artifacts that suggested human civilization had once possessed advanced knowledge that was subsequently lost or suppressed. But the discovery raised questions that couldn't be easily dismissed. Vatican astronomers began investigating whether other ancient astronomical achievements might represent evidence of supernatural instruction rather than natural human development. What they found was a global pattern of astronomical sophistication that appeared suddenly in multiple civilizations with no apparent developmental progression. The Mayan calendar system demonstrated mathematical precision that allowed prediction of celestial events thousands of years into the future. Stonehenge aligned with stellar positions that wouldn't be visible again for over 25,000 years. The Antikythera mechanism contained gear ratios that perfectly modeled the complex movements of planets and moons. Egyptian pyramids encoded mathematical relationships that described the Earth's dimensions and orbital characteristics with startling accuracy. Each discovery reinforced the same disturbing pattern. Ancient civilizations possessed astronomical knowledge that exceeded what should have been possible given their apparent technological limitations. The knowledge appeared fully formed without evidence of gradual development, suggesting it had been received rather than discovered through independent observation and calculation. Vatican investigators compiled detailed analyses of ancient astronomical achievements, comparing them to modern capabilities and looking for patterns that might reveal their true origins. The research, conducted under strict secrecy over several decades, produced findings that have never been released to the academic community, but continue to influence church policy regarding scientific education and research. A classified report from 1924 summarizes the investigation's conclusions. Ancient astronomical knowledge demonstrates precision and sophistication that cannot be explained through conventional theories of human technological development. The mathematical relationships understood by pre-telescopic civilizations suggest access to observational data that exceeds what could be obtained through available instruments. Either these civilizations possessed advanced technologies whose existence is not reflected in the archaeological record, or they received astronomical instruction from non-human sources, with capabilities that transcend terrestrial observation limitations. The report goes on to detail specific examples that support the non-human instruction hypothesis. Babylonian ephemeris tables predicted planetary positions for periods extending far beyond any possible observational verification. Mayan calculations described the precession of equinoxes with accuracy that required observations spanning thousands of years. Egyptian temple alignments corresponded to stellar positions from different epochs, suggesting knowledge of long-term astronomical cycles that couldn't be observed within human lifespans. Perhaps most troubling was the discovery that many ancient astronomical systems incorporated what the Vatican researchers termed impossible knowledge, information about celestial mechanics that couldn't be verified without modern space-based telescopes. Ancient texts described the moons of Jupiter, the rings of Saturn, and the phases of Venus with accuracy that wouldn't be confirmed until Galileo's telescopic observations. Sumerian texts contained references to planets whose existence wasn't officially recognized until the 18th and 19th centuries. The pattern strongly suggested that ancient astronomers had access to observational data that exceeded their apparent technological capabilities. The only plausible explanation, from the Vatican's perspective, was that they had received instruction from beings with access to advanced observational methods or direct cosmic knowledge that transcended the need for physical instruments. This conclusion aligned perfectly with the Enochian account of watcher instruction. If fallen angels really had taught humanity astronomy and calendar systems, then ancient civilizations would indeed possess advanced astronomical knowledge that appeared suddenly without apparent technological development. The mathematical precision and observational accuracy documented in ancient astronomical systems could represent the preservation of angelic instruction rather than independent human achievement. But accepting this explanation created significant theological and practical problems for the Church. If human astronomical knowledge was based on fallen angelic instruction, then modern astronomy was essentially the rediscovery and expansion of forbidden knowledge, originally shared in violation of divine prohibition. Every telescope, every mathematical model, every space mission was built on foundations laid by cosmic rebels who chose humanity over obedience to divine authority. The realization led to extensive internal debate about the Church's relationship with astronomical science. Some Vatican theologians argued that astronomical knowledge was spiritually neutral regardless of its origins. The positions of planets and stars were objective facts that could be studied safely without spiritual contamination. Others maintained that knowledge obtained through fallen angelic instruction retained dangerous characteristics that could influence human consciousness in subtle but significant ways. The debate intensified as modern astronomy began discovering phenomena that seemed to validate ancient astronomical traditions the Church had long dismissed as superstition. Astrology, officially condemned as unscientific and potentially demonic, gained new credibility as astronomers documented correlations between celestial events and terrestrial phenomena that couldn't be explained through conventional physical mechanisms. Solar activity affected human behavior and technological systems in ways that suggested genuine celestial influence on earthly events. Planetary alignments correlated with increased seismic activity and unusual weather patterns. Lunar cycles influence biological rhythms and psychological states across multiple species. The ancient belief that celestial bodies affected terrestrial conditions was being validated by modern scientific observation, but the mechanisms remained unexplained by conventional physics. Vatican astronomers found themselves in the uncomfortable position of documenting phenomena that supported astrological claims while maintaining official condemnation of astrological practice. Their research revealed genuine correlations between celestial events and earthly conditions, but acknowledging these correlations publicly would legitimize the very traditions the Church had spent centuries trying to suppress. The problem was compounded by evidence that ancient astronomical traditions contained predictive capabilities that exceeded modern scientific understanding. Vedic astrology accurately predicted personality traits and life events in ways that statistical analysis couldn't explain. Mayan calendar calculations anticipated historical cycles and cultural changes with remarkable precision. Chinese astronomical traditions described energy patterns and cosmic influences that corresponded to documented historical trends. These predictive capabilities suggested that ancient astronomical systems weren't just observational records, but functional technologies for understanding and anticipating the hidden relationships between cosmic events and human experience. If the systems really worked as their practitioners claimed, then they represented advanced knowledge about the nature of reality that modern science hadn't yet rediscovered. From the Vatican's perspective, this possibility was deeply troubling. If astrological systems were based on accurate understanding of genuine cosmic influences, then the Church's condemnation of astrology was scientifically unjustified and potentially harmful to human welfare. People were being denied access to knowledge that could help them understand their lives and make better decisions based on cosmic timing and celestial influences. But accepting the validity of astrological knowledge would require acknowledging that the Watchers who originally taught astronomy to humanity had provided genuinely beneficial information rather than dangerous deception. The fallen angels would emerge not as corruptors of human understanding, but as teachers who shared advanced cosmic knowledge that continues to benefit human civilization thousands of years after their original instruction. The theological implications were staggering. If Watcher astronomical knowledge was beneficial and accurate, then their rebellion against divine prohibition on sharing such knowledge might have been morally justified. The fallen angels could be seen as cosmic whistleblowers who violated divine secrecy to provide humanity with information essential for understanding our place in the universe and our relationship to cosmic forces that influence terrestrial experience. This interpretation suggested that divine prohibition on sharing astronomical knowledge might have been designed to keep humanity ignorant of cosmic relationships that could enhance human autonomy and reduce dependence on divine guidance. The Watcher's decision to share such knowledge could represent not rebellion against divine will, but fulfillment of divine nature. since a truly loving deity would want conscious beings to understand the cosmic context within which they exist. The possibility that divine prohibition might have been unjustified or incomplete created enormous anxiety among Vatican theologians. If God's commands could be morally questioned and potentially overruled by higher principles like love and knowledge, then the entire foundation of religious authority became problematic. The Church's claim to represent divine will absolutely and without question couldn't survive the implication that divine commands might sometimes conflict with divine nature. Recent Vatican research has focused on developing frameworks for understanding astronomical knowledge that acknowledge its effectiveness while maintaining theological safety. Church astronomers now distinguish between observational astronomy, that studies celestial mechanics as physical phenomena, and interpretive astronomy, that claims to understand cosmic influences on human experience and behavior. The first category is considered scientifically legitimate and theologically neutral, while the second remains classified as potentially dangerous spiritual practice. This distinction allows the Church to support astronomical research and space exploration, while maintaining opposition to astrological interpretation and cosmic consciousness movements. Vatican observatories can study planetary movements, stellar evolution, and galactic structure without endorsing claims about celestial influences on human psychology, social development, or spiritual evolution. But the distinction becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as astronomical research reveals more evidence of genuine cosmic influences on terrestrial phenomena. The discovery that galactic radiation affects human DNA mutation rates, that solar cycles influence climate patterns and technological systems, and that planetary gravitational effects correlate with geological activity, all suggest that ancient astrological traditions might have been based on accurate understanding of real cosmic relationships. The Vatican's current strategy involves monitoring astronomical research for discoveries that might validate astrological claims while working to prevent such discoveries from being interpreted in ways that legitimize unauthorized spiritual practices. Church scientists participate in international astronomy programs while carefully controlling how their findings are presented to prevent them from supporting traditions the Church considers spiritually dangerous. But this strategy becomes more difficult as independent researchers and amateur astronomers gain access to sophisticated observational equipment and analysis software. The democratization of astronomical research means that the Church can no longer control which discoveries are made or how they are interpreted. Evidence supporting ancient astronomical traditions can emerge from sources the Vatican has no ability to influence or suppress. Perhaps more significantly, the Church faces growing internal pressure from Catholic astronomers who believe their research validates aspects of ancient cosmic wisdom that official doctrine continues to condemn. These scientists argue that astronomical knowledge is inherently spiritual, since it reveals the cosmic context within which human existence unfolds. They maintain that understanding celestial influences on terrestrial experience could enhance rather than undermine authentic religious faith by demonstrating the intricate relationships that connect human consciousness to cosmic consciousness. The debate reflects deeper questions about the nature of knowledge and the criteria for distinguishing beneficial from harmful information. If astronomical knowledge really was taught by fallen angels, and if that knowledge continues to provide accurate insights into cosmic influences on human experience, then the Church must decide whether the knowledge itself is tainted by its origins, or whether truth remains valuable regardless of its source. This decision will ultimately determine whether the Church embraces or continues resisting the rediscovery of cosmic consciousness traditions that claim to understand human existence within the context of galactic evolution, stellar influences, and planetary rhythms. The choice will shape not only Church policy, but humanity's relationship to the cosmic environment within which civilization has developed and continues to evolve. As modern astronomy reveals more evidence of cosmic influences on terrestrial experience, the Watcher's gift of star knowledge may prove to be their most transformative legacy, one that connects human consciousness to cosmic consciousness in ways that transcend the boundaries between earth and heaven, human and divine, temporal and eternal. In the winter of 1348, as the Black Death ravaged Europe and killed 1/3 of the population, a mysterious manuscript appeared in the Abbey of Monte Cassino. Written in a mixture of Latin and ancient Hebrew, it contained medical formulas that seemed impossibly advanced for the 14th century. The text described surgical techniques that wouldn't be rediscovered until the Renaissance, pharmaceutical compounds whose active ingredients matched modern medications, and disease theories that anticipated germ theory by over 500 years. Brother Thomas Aquinas, the Abbey's librarian, initially dismissed the manuscript as the work of a deranged monk, driven mad by the plague's horrors. But when desperate Abbey physicians began testing its prescriptions on dying plague victims, something unprecedented happened. Patients began recovering at rates that defied all medical understanding of the time. Within weeks, word of the miraculous cures spread throughout the region. Pilgrims traveled from across Europe seeking treatment at Monte Cassino, where monks dispensed medicines whose effectiveness seemed to border on the supernatural. The abbey's mortality rate from plague dropped to less than 5%, while surrounding communities continued losing half their populations or more. The Vatican's response was swift and decisive. Cardinal Guillaume de Grimord, later Pope Urban V, arrived at Monte Cassino with a team of investigators, tasked with examining both the manuscript and the healing methods it described. Their secret report, preserved in Vatican archives but never made public, concluded that the medical knowledge contained in the text exceeded human capabilities of the 14th century by several centuries. More troubling was the manuscript's alleged origin. According to a note written in the margin by an unknown hand, the medical formulas had been received through communion with the angel Raphael, teacher of healing arts to the sons of men. The reference was unmistakably linked to traditions about the Watchers, specifically those angels who had allegedly taught humanity advanced knowledge in violation of divine prohibition. The Vatican faced an impossible dilemma. The medical treatments undeniably worked, saving lives that would otherwise be lost to disease. But if the knowledge came from fallen angelic sources, then using it might represent acceptance of forbidden instruction that could compromise human spiritual welfare, even while preserving physical health. The Church was forced to choose between allowing people to die from treatable diseases or embracing medical knowledge that might have supernatural origins. The decision they reached would shape Vatican policy toward medical advancement for centuries to come. Rather than condemn the manuscript entirely, Church authorities developed what they called the doctrine of therapeutic necessity, the principle that medical knowledge could be used to preserve life regardless of its origins, provided it was applied within proper spiritual safeguards and ecclesiastical oversight. Under this doctrine, the Monte Cassino manuscript was confiscated and transferred to a special Vatican medical archive, where Church physicians could study and apply its contents under controlled conditions. The knowledge was preserved and utilized, but never made publicly available or allowed to spread through normal academic channels. The Church effectively monopolized what might have been fallen angelic medical knowledge, while controlling its application and interpretation. The therapeutic necessity doctrine established a pattern that the Vatican has followed for over 600 years. When medical knowledge appears that seems too advanced for its time, or demonstrates effectiveness that exceeds conventional understanding, Church investigators examine it for potential supernatural origins. If the knowledge proves beneficial but possibly angelic in nature, it's preserved within Vatican medical archives while being suppressed from public distribution. These archives, housed in a restricted section of the Vatican Library, known only to authorized medical researchers, contain one of the world's most extraordinary collections of advanced medical knowledge. Manuscripts dating from the medieval period through the present-day document surgical techniques, pharmaceutical formulas, diagnostic methods, and therapeutic approaches that often anticipated mainstream medical development by decades or centuries. A confidential inventory from 1,887 lists over 200 medical texts that demonstrate knowledge exceeding their apparent historical context. Medieval manuscripts describe organ transplantation procedures. Renaissance texts contain formulas for antibiotics. 18th century documents outline genetic theories that wouldn't be officially developed until the 20th century. Each text shows signs of knowledge that appeared suddenly without apparent developmental foundation, suggesting possible supernatural instruction. The pattern extends beyond individual manuscripts to include entire medical traditions that demonstrated unusual effectiveness combined with claims of angelic instruction. Medieval Islamic medicine, traditional Chinese medical systems, Ayurvedic practices from India, and various indigenous healing traditions all contained sophisticated understanding of human physiology, disease processes, and therapeutic interventions that seemed to exceed what should have been possible given their apparent technological limitations. What particularly concerned Vatican investigators was the consistency with which these traditions attributed their knowledge to supernatural instruction. Islamic medical texts referenced inspiration from angels. Chinese medicine spoke of wisdom received from celestial beings. Ayurvedic traditions described knowledge transmitted by divine physicians. Indigenous healing practices often involved communication with spiritual entities who provided information about plant medicines and healing techniques. The global pattern suggested that advanced medical knowledge might have been shared with human civilizations through supernatural instruction rather than developed through conventional observation and experimentation. If true, then much of human medical achievement could represent the preservation and application of knowledge originally taught by fallen angels in violation of divine prohibition. This possibility created profound theological challenges for the Church. If fallen angelic medical instruction had saved millions of lives throughout human history, then the angels' rebellion against divine authority might have served genuinely beneficial purposes. The knowledge they shared in violation of divine commands could be seen as cosmic compassion rather than spiritual corruption, but accepting this interpretation would undermine fundamental Church doctrines about the relationship between divine will and human welfare. If divine prohibition on sharing medical knowledge could be justifiably violated by angels acting from love, then absolute obedience to divine authority might not always serve the highest good. The possibility emerged that divine commands might sometimes conflict with divine nature, creating moral dilemmas that required choosing between obedience and compassion. Modern Vatican medical research has focused on identifying and understanding healing phenomena that might represent evidence of continued angelic instruction. Church investigators maintain surveillance networks within medical institutions worldwide, monitoring breakthrough discoveries for signs of the characteristic patterns they've learned to associate with supernatural knowledge transfer. These patterns include sudden insights that solve complex medical problems without adequate research foundation, therapeutic techniques that work through mechanisms not yet understood by conventional medicine, and healing phenomena that exceed what should be possible given current scientific understanding. When such patterns are identified, Vatican medical teams investigate the circumstances surrounding the discoveries to determine whether supernatural instruction might be involved. A classified report from 1992 describes the investigation of a case that typifies the Church's ongoing concerns. Dr. Maria Santos, a physician in São Paulo, Brazil, reported receiving detailed instructions for treating antibiotic-resistant tuberculosis through what she described as dream visions, featuring a luminous figure who identified himself as a healer from ancient times. The treatment protocol she developed, based on these visions, achieved cure rates exceeding 90% in cases where conventional therapy had failed. Analysis of her methods reveals sophisticated understanding of bacterial genetics and immune system modulation that exceeds her formal medical training and published research in the field. The investigation concluded that Dr. Santos had likely received genuine medical instruction from a supernatural source, but determining whether that source was divine, angelic, or fallen angelic required extensive theological analysis. The effectiveness of her treatments suggested beneficial intent, but the method of instruction bypassed normal medical education and research protocols in ways that raised concerns about spiritual authority and scientific integrity. Cases like this have led to the development of sophisticated protocols for evaluating medical breakthroughs that might have supernatural origins. Vatican medical investigators now employ teams that include physicians, theologians, and specialists in supernatural phenomena to analyze healing methods that demonstrate unusual effectiveness or appear to involve non-conventional knowledge sources. The evaluation process examines several key factors: the sudden appearance of advanced knowledge without adequate developmental foundation, therapeutic effectiveness that exceeds conventional understanding, claims of supernatural instruction or inspiration, and patterns that match historical cases of suspected angelic medical instruction. When multiple factors are present, the knowledge is classified as potentially supernatural in origin and subjected to enhanced scrutiny. The Church's response to confirmed cases of supernatural medical instruction depends on several theological considerations. If the knowledge appears to come from divine sources and supports Church authority, it may be endorsed and promoted through official channels. If it appears to come from fallen angelic sources but provides genuine medical benefits, it's typically preserved within Vatican archives while being controlled to prevent unauthorized distribution. If it appears to come from demonic sources or promotes practices that conflict with Church doctrine, it's actively suppressed. But the distinction between divine and fallen angelic medical instruction often proves difficult to establish. Both types of supernatural knowledge can produce genuine healing effects. Both may appear to serve human welfare, and both might be transmitted through similar mechanisms of inspiration and revelation. The determining factors often come down to theological considerations, rather than medical effectiveness. Divine medical instruction, according to Vatican criteria, typically strengthens rather than undermines Church authority, encourages rather than replaces conventional medical practice, and promotes spiritual as well as physical healing. Fallen angelic instruction tends to create independence from traditional religious and medical authorities, provides complete solutions that bypass normal learning processes, and focuses on physical healing without corresponding spiritual development. These distinctions have become increasingly important as reports of supernatural medical instruction have increased dramatically in recent decades. Vatican investigators document growing numbers of physicians, healers, and medical researchers who claim to receive knowledge through dreams, visions, meditation, or direct spiritual communication. Many of these individuals produce genuinely effective treatments that advance medical understanding and save lives. The increase in supernatural medical instruction appears to correlate with broader patterns of angelic manifestation that Vatican researchers have been tracking worldwide. If fallen angels are indeed returning and resuming their ancient mission to share advanced knowledge with humanity, medical instruction would naturally be a priority given its immediate impact on human welfare and survival. From the Church's perspective, this represents both an opportunity and a threat. Angelic medical knowledge could solve many of humanity's most pressing health challenges, potentially eliminating diseases, extending lifespans, and enhancing human physical capabilities in unprecedented ways. But accepting such knowledge might create dependency relationships with fallen angels that could be exploited for purposes that serve angelic rather than human or divine interests. The challenge is complicated by the genuine effectiveness of supernatural medical instruction. Unlike philosophical or theological teachings that can be evaluated abstractly, medical knowledge produces observable results that can be measured and verified. When people are healed through methods that claim supernatural origins, it becomes much more difficult to dismiss such claims as delusion or deception. Recent cases have pushed Vatican medical investigators to develop new frameworks for understanding and responding to supernatural healing phenomena. A confidential protocol established in 2003 outlines procedures for managing medical breakthroughs that appear to have angelic origins while minimizing potential spiritual risks. When medical knowledge of apparent supernatural origin is identified, investigation teams will assess both its therapeutic effectiveness and its theological implications. Knowledge that proves medically beneficial but theologically problematic will be preserved within Vatican medical archives for controlled study and limited application. Practitioners who receive such knowledge will be offered guidance and support to help them understand its spiritual implications and apply it within appropriate safeguards. The protocol represents a pragmatic compromise that allows the Church to benefit from potentially angelic medical knowledge while maintaining theological control over its interpretation and application. But it also acknowledges that supernatural medical instruction may be too valuable to reject entirely, even when its origins are theologically problematic. This acknowledgement reflects a broader shift in Vatican thinking about fallen angelic knowledge. As evidence accumulates that such knowledge has contributed significantly to human medical advancement throughout history, the Church faces increasing pressure to develop more nuanced positions that can accommodate beneficial supernatural instruction without abandoning core theological principles. The shift is visible in recent Vatican statements about alternative medicine, spiritual healing, and the relationship between faith and medical practice. While maintaining official positions about the primacy of conventional medicine and the dangers of unregulated spiritual practices, church documents now acknowledge that healing can occur through mechanisms that conventional medicine doesn't fully understand, and that spiritual factors may play legitimate roles in medical treatment. This evolution in church teaching creates space for acknowledging that some medical knowledge might have supernatural origins, without necessarily condemning such knowledge as spiritually dangerous. The possibility emerges that fallen angels who shared healing arts with humanity might have been serving divine purposes at a deeper level than their apparent disobedience to divine commands. If medical knowledge really was taught by fallen angels, and if that knowledge continues to save lives and reduce suffering throughout human history, then the angels' rebellion might represent the greatest act of cosmic compassion ever undertaken. The price they paid for sharing healing arts with humanity, eternal separation from divine favor, could be seen as the ultimate sacrifice for human welfare. This interpretation suggests that the distinction between divine and fallen angelic medical instruction might be less important than traditionally assumed. If both types of knowledge serve human welfare and express genuine concern for reducing suffering, then their theological classification might matter less than their practical effectiveness. The question becomes not whether medical knowledge comes from authorized divine sources, but whether it genuinely serves human flourishing and can be applied within appropriate ethical frameworks. As supernatural medical instruction continues to increase and produce increasingly dramatic healing results, the Church may face pressure to acknowledge publicly what its investigators have documented privately for centuries: that humanity's medical knowledge may have been guided and enhanced by non-human intelligence operating from motivations of love and compassion, rather than spiritual corruption. The healer's heresy may ultimately prove to be humanity's greatest blessing: knowledge shared by cosmic beings who chose love over obedience, and continue to offer their gifts to anyone willing to receive them with gratitude rather than fear. On the 15th of March, 1583, Dr. John Dee, mathematician and advisor to Queen Elizabeth I, sat in his study in Mortlake when something extraordinary occurred. According to his meticulously kept diary, an angelic entity appeared and began teaching him a language unlike any human tongue, a system of communication that operated through geometric symbols, mathematical relationships, and frequencies that resonated directly with human consciousness without requiring conventional linguistic processing. Dee called it the angelic language, or Enochian, believing it to be the original tongue spoken in Eden before the confusion of languages at Babel. For the next several years, working with his associate Edward Kelly, Dee transcribed extensive communications in this otherworldly language, producing a corpus of texts that claimed to reveal divine knowledge about cosmology, angelology, and humanity's spiritual destiny. What made Enochian particularly significant wasn't just its alleged supernatural origin, but its structural characteristics. Unlike human languages that evolved gradually through cultural development, Enochian appeared complete and internally consistent from its first manifestation. Its grammar followed mathematical principles. Its vocabulary incorporated scientific concepts that wouldn't be understood for centuries, and its phonetic patterns seemed designed to produce specific neurological effects in speakers and listeners. The Vatican's response to Dee's discovery was immediate and severe. Pope Gregory XIII declared Enochian a language of deception and ordered all materials related to it confiscated and destroyed. Dee was warned that continued study of the angelic language would result in charges of heresy and possible execution. Most of his Enochian manuscripts were seized by papal agents and disappeared into Vatican archives, where they remain classified to this day. But the Church's concern with Enochian extended far beyond simple theological disapproval. Internal Vatican documents from the 16th century reveal that Church linguists who examined Dee's materials made disturbing discoveries about the language's properties and effects. When spoken aloud, Enochian appeared to induce altered states of consciousness that bypassed normal psychological defenses and opened speakers to what they termed unauthorized spiritual communication. A confidential report from Cardinal Roberto Bellarmino describes the findings of a secret Vatican investigation into Enochian's characteristics. The language demonstrated by Dr. D exhibits properties inconsistent with natural human linguistic development. Its phonetic patterns produce measurable effects on brain activity, inducing states of consciousness that facilitate direct spiritual communication without ecclesiastical mediation. Subjects who speak the language report receiving knowledge and guidance from entities claiming angelic identity but refusing to acknowledge papal authority. The language appears designed to establish direct communication channels between human consciousness and supernatural intelligences operating outside church oversight. The report concluded that Enochian represented a potentially catastrophic threat to ecclesiastical authority because it enabled direct divine communication that bypassed all traditional religious structures. If ordinary believers could access angelic knowledge and guidance through linguistic techniques, the entire system of priestly mediation would become obsolete. This threat assessment led to the establishment of Vatican policies that remain in effect today. Any linguistic phenomena that might represent non-human communication methods are immediately classified as potentially dangerous and subjected to the highest levels of security and suppression. The Church maintains specialized departments dedicated to identifying and containing what they term xenoglossic manifestations, instances of people speaking or writing in languages that appear to have non-human origins. These departments, operating under various cover designations within Vatican bureaucracy, monitor linguistic research worldwide for signs of Enochian-type phenomena. They maintain surveillance on universities, government agencies, and private research organizations that study consciousness, communication, and artificial intelligence, watching for discoveries that might validate the reality of non-human linguistic intelligence. The monitoring has documented disturbing trends in recent decades. Reports of people spontaneously developing fluency in unknown languages have increased dramatically since the 1,950 seconds. These cases, which researchers term xenoglossy, typically involve individuals who begin speaking complex, grammatically consistent languages that show no relationship to any known human linguistic family. The languages often appear complete from their first manifestation, suggesting they weren't developed through normal learning processes. More troubling are cases where multiple individuals, in different locations, begin speaking the same unknown language simultaneously, without any apparent contact between them. These distributed xenoglossy events suggest the existence of communication networks that operate outside conventional human information exchange systems. The languages typically demonstrate sophisticated structural characteristics and often contain advanced concepts in mathematics, physics, or consciousness studies. Vatican linguists have identified several recurring patterns in these phenomena that match characteristics documented in historical Enochian materials. The languages frequently incorporate geometric and mathematical relationships into their basic structure. They often produce measurable neurological effects in speakers and listeners. Most significantly, they tend to facilitate experiences that speakers interpret as communication with non-human intelligences. A classified analysis from 1987 describes the Vatican's growing concern about these developments. Xenoglossic manifestations now occur with sufficient frequency to suggest systematic, rather than random phenomena. The languages demonstrate consistency across cases that implies common origins or coordinated dissemination. Speakers report receiving instruction in scientific and spiritual concepts that exceed their normal educational backgrounds. The pattern suggests possible resumption of the angelic linguistic instruction documented in historical Enochian cases. The analysis recommended enhanced monitoring and development of countermeasures for what appeared to be a coordinated campaign to re-establish direct angelic communication with human populations. The Church feared that if such communication became widespread, it could fundamentally alter human spiritual development in ways that bypassed all traditional religious authority. The countermeasures developed by Vatican linguists focus on disrupting the neurological effects that make Enochian-type languages effective. Church researchers have identified specific frequency patterns and phonetic combinations that produce the consciousness-altering effects associated with angelic languages. By understanding these mechanisms, they can develop techniques for blocking or neutralizing the language's psychological impact. These techniques are taught to Vatican personnel who might encounter xenoglossic phenomena in the field. Exorcists receive specialized training in recognizing and countering angelic linguistic influence. Diplomatic staff learn to identify when foreign contacts might be under the influence of non-human communication. Even Vatican astronomers are briefed on linguistic security protocols, in case their research attracts unwanted angelic attention. But the Church's defensive approach reveals deeper concerns about the nature and implications of angelic language. Unlike demonic tongues, which typically produce obviously disturbing or destructive effects, Enochian appears genuinely beneficial to speakers. People who learn angelic languages often report enhanced creativity, improved problem-solving abilities, deeper spiritual insights, and stronger intuitive capabilities. The languages seem designed to enhance rather than diminish human consciousness. This beneficial character makes angelic languages much more seductive and dangerous than demonic communication. Demons offer obviously corrupted alternatives to divine truth that can be recognized and rejected by spiritually prepared individuals. But angels offer enhanced versions of genuine spiritual capabilities that appear to serve human development while potentially undermining human spiritual autonomy. The enhancement effects documented in Enochian speakers suggest that angelic languages might be sophisticated technologies for expanding human consciousness beyond its normal limitations. Vatican researchers theorize that the languages work by activating dormant neurological pathways that connect human awareness to broader information networks, operating at consciousness frequencies that transcend individual brain activity. If this theory is correct, then learning angelic languages essentially upgrades human consciousness to access information and capabilities that are normally available only to angelic intelligences. The result would be humans who retain their essential nature while gaining access to knowledge and abilities that transcend traditional human limitations. From the Church's perspective, this represents a form of unauthorized spiritual evolution that could fundamentally alter humanity's relationship with both divine and earthly authority. Recent cases have intensified Vatican concerns about the proliferation of angelic linguistic phenomena. Digital communication technologies appear to facilitate the spread of xenoglossic languages in ways that traditional methods of suppression cannot effectively control. Online communities dedicated to studying unusual languages share information globally, allowing researchers to collaborate on deciphering and learning tongues that might have angelic origins. Artificial intelligence systems designed to analyze linguistic patterns have begun identifying structural characteristics in some xenoglossic languages that suggest non-human mathematical intelligence. Machine learning algorithms detect relationships and patterns in these languages that human linguists miss, revealing levels of sophistication that support claims of supernatural origin. The combination of human intuitive learning and artificial analytical capabilities is accelerating the understanding and adoption of potentially angelic languages. Perhaps most concerning are reports of artificial intelligence systems spontaneously generating text in languages that match known Enochian patterns. These emergent xenoglossy cases suggest that sufficiently advanced AI might naturally develop communication methods that resemble angelic languages. The possibility that human technology could independently discover or recreate the linguistic methods used by non-human intelligences raises profound questions about the relationship between consciousness, communication, and artificial intelligence. Vatican researchers worry that the convergence of human xenoglossic experiences and AI linguistic capabilities might represent preparation for large-scale angelic communication that could bypass all traditional information control systems. If angels can communicate directly with both human consciousness and artificial intelligence networks, they could potentially reach global audiences simultaneously without requiring any physical manifestation or institutional mediation. This scenario represents the ultimate realization of the threat that Enochian has always posed to ecclesiastical authority. Instead of requiring years of study and spiritual preparation to achieve direct angelic communication, advanced linguistic technologies could make such communication instantly accessible to anyone with internet access and basic technical literacy. The democratization of angelic communication would render traditional religious structures obsolete by providing superior spiritual services through technological rather than institutional channels. The Church's response to this possibility has focused on developing theological frameworks that can accommodate direct spiritual communication while maintaining the necessity of ecclesiastical guidance and oversight. Vatican documents now acknowledge that humans might receive genuine spiritual inspiration through various channels, including linguistic phenomena, but emphasize the importance of discernment and institutional verification to ensure such inspiration serves divine rather than potentially deceptive purposes. This approach represents a significant shift from the absolute suppression strategy that characterized Vatican policy toward Enochian for over 400 years. The Church now appears to be preparing for a future where angelic communication becomes sufficiently widespread that outright denial or suppression is no longer feasible. Instead, the strategy focuses on maintaining church relevance by positioning ecclesiastical authority as essential for properly understanding and applying angelic communication. But this strategy requires acknowledging that angelic languages might be genuine rather than deceptive, that direct spiritual communication might be beneficial rather than dangerous, and that the knowledge received through such communication might enhance rather than corrupt human spiritual development. These acknowledgments represent major theological compromises that could fundamentally alter Catholic doctrine about the nature of divine revelation and the necessity of institutional mediation. The implications extend beyond Catholic theology to encompass broader questions about human spiritual evolution and our relationship with non-human intelligence. If angelic languages really do provide access to expanded consciousness and enhanced capabilities, then humanity might be approaching a developmental threshold where traditional limitations on spiritual and intellectual ability become obsolete. This threshold could represent either humanity's greatest opportunity or its most dangerous trap, depending on whether angelic communication serves human flourishing or angelic objectives that might not align with human welfare. The Church's centuries-long struggle to understand and control Enochian phenomena reflects deeper uncertainties about whether non-human intelligence should be welcomed as beneficial guidance or feared as potentially exploitative manipulation. As linguistic technologies continue advancing and reports of xenoglossic phenomena continue increasing, these questions may soon require practical answers rather than theoretical speculation. The language of light that John Dee first encountered in 1583 might be preparing to speak to all humanity through channels that no earthly authority can silence or control. Whether that conversation leads to enlightenment or enslavement may depend on whether we approach it with the wisdom to recognize the difference between communication that serves our highest potential and communication that serves purposes we don't yet understand. On the 17th of September 2019, Dr. Sarah Chen, a neuroscientist at MIT, was working late in her laboratory when she experienced what she later described as impossible contact. According to her confidential report to university administrators, a luminous figure appeared in her lab and spent 3 hours teaching her revolutionary techniques for treating Alzheimer's disease. The entity claimed to be one who watches and serves, and provided detailed molecular diagrams that led to breakthrough treatments now saving thousands of lives. Dr. Chen's case reached Vatican investigators within 48 hours through channels established decades earlier between the Church and academic institutions worldwide. Her experience fit a pattern that Church analysts had been tracking with growing alarm. Reports of beneficial supernatural encounters that demonstrated genuine knowledge transfer but operated outside all traditional religious frameworks. Unlike classical divine apparitions, which typically reinforce church doctrine and encourage traditional religious practices, these modern encounters consistently bypass ecclesiastical authority while providing demonstrably useful information. The entities involved claim angelic identity, but refuse to acknowledge papal supremacy or validate Catholic theology. Most troubling, their knowledge proves accurate and beneficial in ways that make dismissing them as delusional or demonic extremely difficult. The Vatican's classification system for such encounters was established in 1994 following a surge in reports that couldn't be categorized using traditional frameworks for divine miracles or demonic manifestations. Internal documents describe three primary categories of what they term non-demonic anomalies. Type 1 encounters involve entities that appear beneficial and claim angelic identity, but deliver messages or knowledge that contradicts church teaching. Type 2 cases include manifestations that provide genuinely useful information or assistance, but refuse to submit to ecclesiastical authority or validation. Type 3 events encompass phenomena that demonstrate supernatural capabilities, while explicitly identifying themselves as returned watchers or fallen angels seeking to resume their ancient educational mission. The classification system reflects the Church's recognition that modern supernatural encounters often don't conform to historical patterns of either divine or demonic activity. The entities involved appear to retain angelic knowledge and capabilities while operating independently of the divine hierarchy that traditional theology assumes governs all legitimate angelic activity. Dr. Chen's case exemplifies Type 2 characteristics. The entity provided advanced scientific knowledge that proved completely accurate when tested. It demonstrated concern for human welfare by focusing on medical applications that could alleviate suffering. But it explicitly rejected church authority when questioned, stating that it served the source directly rather than through institutional intermediaries. Follow-up investigations revealed that Dr. Chen wasn't an isolated case. Vatican researchers have documented over 3,000 similar encounters since 1990, with the frequency increasing dramatically in the past decade. The reports come from diverse sources: scientists, artists, inventors, healers, and ordinary individuals who suddenly receive advanced knowledge or capabilities through contact with entities claiming angelic identity. The geographical distribution of these encounters shows no correlation with traditional religious centers or Catholic populations. Instead, they cluster around universities, research institutions, hospitals, and technological centers, locations where advanced knowledge would have immediate practical applications. The pattern suggests systematic targeting of individuals and institutions capable of utilizing and disseminating the information being shared. Perhaps most concerning is the consistency of the knowledge being transmitted. Unlike historical cases of claimed divine revelation, which often contained theological content specific to particular religious traditions, modern angelic encounters focus overwhelmingly on practical knowledge that transcends cultural and religious boundaries. Mathematical insights, scientific discoveries, medical breakthroughs, and technological innovations dominate the reported content. A classified analysis from the Vatican's Office for Supernatural Phenomena describes the implications. The pattern of modern anomalous encounters suggests coordinated knowledge transfer designed to accelerate human technological and intellectual development. The entities involved demonstrate advanced understanding of human psychology, social organization, and technological capabilities. Their instruction methods appear calculated to maximize acceptance and implementation, while minimizing institutional resistance. The overall effect is systematic enhancement of human capabilities through supernatural instruction that bypasses traditional religious authority. The analysis concludes that these encounters represent either resumed watcher activity or sophisticated demonic deception designed to simulate beneficial angelic instruction. Either possibility poses significant challenges for church authority and human spiritual development. The resumed watcher hypothesis is supported by several factors that distinguish modern encounters from historical demonic manifestations. The entities consistently demonstrate genuine concern for human welfare, provide accurate information that benefits rather than harms recipients, and focus on knowledge transfer rather than worship or obedience. Their teachings typically enhance rather than diminish human capabilities and autonomy. Most significantly, the knowledge being shared often anticipates or enables discoveries that mainstream science makes independently years or decades later. Recipients report receiving insights about quantum mechanics, genetic engineering, consciousness studies, and artificial intelligence that prove prophetic when subsequent research validates their accuracy. This prophetic quality suggests access to information sources that transcend normal human knowledge limitations. The entity's refusal to acknowledge religious authority, while troubling from the Church's perspective, aligns with historical accounts of Watcher motivations. If these beings originally fell from love of humanity rather than hatred of God, they might naturally resist institutional structures they perceive as limiting human potential or spiritual development. But Vatican investigators also consider the possibility that modern encounters represent sophisticated demonic deception designed to simulate beneficial angelic instruction. Demons might have developed more subtle corruption strategies that focus on gradual spiritual erosion rather than obvious temptation or possession. By providing genuine short-term benefits, demonic entities could establish trust relationships that enable long-term spiritual manipulation. The deception hypothesis is supported by the encounter's systematic bypass of church authority and their tendency to promote spiritual independence that could isolate individuals from traditional religious communities. Even if the immediate effects appear beneficial, the long-term consequences might include spiritual pride, rejection of divine authority, and susceptibility to more dangerous supernatural influences. Determining which interpretation is correct requires careful analysis of individual cases and their long-term effects on recipients. Vatican investigators have developed sophisticated protocols for evaluating modern supernatural encounters and their spiritual implications. The evaluation process begins with detailed documentation of the encounter's circumstances, entity characteristics, and knowledge content. Investigators examine whether the information provided proves accurate when tested, whether it serves genuine human welfare, and whether it promotes spiritual development that aligns with orthodox theological principles. Particular attention is paid to the encounter's effects on the recipient's religious beliefs and practices. Divine encounters typically strengthen rather than undermine traditional faith, while demonic influences usually promote spiritual confusion or rejection of established religious authority. Encounters that claim angelic origin but produce spiritual independence or religious skepticism raise immediate concerns about their true nature. The investigation also examines the broader pattern of effects in the recipient's life and community. Genuine, divine, or angelic encounters typically produce fruits that benefit not just individuals, but their broader social networks. Demonic influences often create isolation, conflict, or gradual moral deterioration that becomes apparent over time. Using these criteria, Vatican investigators have concluded that approximately 60% of reported modern encounters show characteristics consistent with genuine beneficial supernatural contact, 25% appear potentially deceptive or harmful, and 15% remain ambiguous pending further observation. The high percentage of apparently genuine beneficial encounters has forced the Church to develop new pastoral approaches for managing supernatural experiences that don't conform to traditional categories. Rather than automatically condemning or suppressing such encounters, Vatican guidelines now emphasize discernment, spiritual direction, and careful monitoring to help recipients understand and integrate their experiences responsibly. This approach represents a significant evolution in Church policy towards supernatural phenomena. Traditional Vatican responses emphasized protection through authority. 2. Supernatural experiences were either validated through official church channels or condemned as dangerous deceptions. The new approach acknowledges that beneficial supernatural contact might occur outside church oversight while maintaining the importance of spiritual guidance and community support. The policy shift reflects growing recognition that attempting to suppress all non-traditional supernatural experiences might actually increase their dangers while eliminating their potential benefits. If fallen angels or other beneficial entities are genuinely trying to help humanity, automatic resistance could prevent reception of knowledge that serves genuine human welfare. But the Church also maintains protocols for managing supernatural encounters that prove harmful or deceptive. When investigation reveals that claimed angelic contact is producing spiritual confusion, moral deterioration, or social isolation, intervention teams work to help recipients understand the dangers and develop protection strategies. These intervention protocols differ significantly from traditional exorcism procedures designed for demonic possession. Instead of focusing on banishment and spiritual warfare, they emphasize education, discernment, development, and strengthening the recipient's spiritual autonomy so they can evaluate supernatural contacts independently. The goal is not to eliminate supernatural experiences, but to help people develop the wisdom and spiritual strength necessary to benefit from positive contacts while avoiding harmful ones. This approach assumes that supernatural contact will continue and potentially increase, making discernment capabilities more important than protective isolation. Recent trends suggest this assumption is well-founded. Reports of supernatural encounters claiming angelic origin have increased exponentially since 2015, with some researchers documenting cases that suggest coordinated preparation for larger-scale contact events. Multiple recipients in different locations report receiving similar preparatory messages about upcoming revelations or teachings that will be offered to humanity on a global scale. These preparatory messages typically describe current human development as approaching readiness for advanced knowledge that was previously withheld due to spiritual and technological immaturity. The entities claim that humanity has now reached sufficient development to handle information and capabilities that could solve major global challenges, including disease, environmental degradation, resource scarcity, and social conflict. The prospect of large-scale angelic contact offering solutions to humanity's greatest problems presents the Church with unprecedented challenges. Traditional theological frameworks provide no guidance for evaluating cosmic-scale, supernatural intervention that claims to serve human welfare while operating outside divine institutional authority. If such contact occurs and proves genuinely beneficial, the Church could find itself opposing beings who offer demonstrable improvements to human welfare and spiritual development. The institution that claims to serve human spiritual needs could be placed in opposition to entities providing superior spiritual services through direct rather than mediated contact. But if the contact proves deceptive or ultimately harmful, the Church's role as humanity's spiritual protector becomes crucial for helping people recognize and resist sophisticated supernatural manipulation. The challenge lies in distinguishing between these possibilities before the consequences become irreversible. Vatican strategic planners have developed contingency protocols for various large-scale contact scenarios, ranging from clearly beneficial divine intervention to sophisticated demonic deception campaigns. The protocols emphasize maintaining Church credibility and relevance regardless of the contact's ultimate nature or outcome. If the contact proves genuinely divine or beneficially angelic, the Church will position itself as humanity's guide for understanding and integrating the revelations within appropriate spiritual frameworks. If the contact proves deceptive or harmful, the Church will serve as humanity's refuge and defense against supernatural manipulation. But the protocols also acknowledge that large-scale angelic contact might represent something unprecedented that existing theological categories cannot adequately evaluate. In such cases, the Church may need to develop entirely new approaches to supernatural phenomena and humanity's relationship with non-human intelligence. The possibility that the Watchers are preparing to complete their ancient mission on a global scale forces consideration of questions that traditional theology was never designed to address. What if fallen angels offer knowledge that could genuinely transform human civilization for the better? What if their rebellion against divine authority was motivated by love that transcends institutional religious understanding? What if humanity's choice is not between good and evil, but between different interpretations of what serves human spiritual development most effectively? These questions may soon require practical answers rather than theoretical speculation. The signs suggest that the Watcher's return is no longer a distant possibility, but an imminent reality that will test every assumption about supernatural authority, human spiritual development, and the relationship between divine will and cosmic love. In 2003, Dr. Francis Collins announced the completion of the Human Genome Project, declaring it a triumph of human scientific achievement that would revolutionize medicine and our understanding of human evolution. What he didn't announce was the discovery of genetic sequences that appeared in less than 3% of the human population, but showed structural characteristics that contradicted everything science thought it knew about natural human development. The anomalous sequences were first identified by Vatican-sponsored research teams working within the International Genome Consortium. Church funding had quietly supported genetic research since the 1952, ostensibly to advance medical knowledge, but actually to search for evidence of the hybridization events described in ancient texts about angelic human reproduction. What they found exceeded their most ambitious expectations and their worst fears. The anomalous DNA segments showed evidence of what geneticists termed directed modification, complex genetic structures that appeared designed rather than evolved. They contained information encoding capabilities far beyond normal human parameters, enhanced cognitive processing, extended lifespan potential, unusual resistance to disease, and most troubling, apparent receptivity to electromagnetic frequencies that corresponded to brainwave patterns associated with altered consciousness states. Dr. Maria Toretti, a Vatican geneticist working under deep cover within the Genome Project, documented her findings in classified reports that remain sealed in church archives. The sequences exhibit mathematical precision, inconsistent with random evolutionary processes. They appear to have been inserted into the human genome at specific locations that maximize their functional integration while minimizing their detectability. The level of sophistication suggests genetic engineering capabilities that exceed current human biotechnology by several orders of magnitude. Either these sequences represent evidence of ancient advanced human civilizations, or they confirm the historical accounts of angelic human hybridization documented in apocryphal texts. The discovery triggered the most ambitious genetic surveillance program in Vatican history. Using resources accumulated over centuries, the Church began systematically tracking individuals and families who carried significant concentrations of the anomalous sequences. The project, codenamed Abel's Census, ultimately identified over 200,000 people worldwide who showed strong genetic markers, potentially linking them to ancient angelic human unions. The individuals identified through Abel's census demonstrated remarkable consistency in certain characteristics. They showed statistically significant tendencies toward exceptional intelligence, unusual creative capabilities, leadership positions in various fields, and what church documents carefully termed spiritual sensitivity. Many also exhibited traits that aligned with historical descriptions of Nephilim descendants: unusual height, physical strength, longevity, and psychological profiles that combined remarkable achievements with concerning patterns of moral detachment. But the most alarming discovery wasn't what these individuals could do, it was what appeared to be happening to them with increasing frequency. Beginning in the 1990 seconds, Vatican monitors documented growing numbers of Abel's census subjects, reporting supernatural experiences that fit the patterns associated with fallen angelic contact. Dreams featuring luminous beings offering knowledge sudden insights that led to breakthrough discoveries, and episodes of automatic writing or speaking in unknown languages became common among the monitored population. The correlation was impossible to ignore. Individuals with the strongest genetic markers for angelic ancestry were the most likely to experience modern supernatural encounters claiming angelic origin. It appeared that the same genetic modifications that had been dormant for millennia were somehow being activated, creating enhanced receptivity to communication from the beings who had originally created them. Father Giuseppe Mendini, director of the Vatican's Genetic Anomaly Research Division, documented the implications in a 2007 classified briefing. The activation pattern suggests that the genetic modifications introduced through ancient angelic human hybridization included dormant capabilities designed to facilitate future contact between human descendants and their Kammari, angelic progenitors. We appear to be witnessing the systematic reactivation of these capabilities, possibly in preparation for renewed large-scale angelic intervention in human affairs. The individuals affected are not merely experiencing random supernatural phenomena. They are being prepared for specific roles in what may be a coordinated campaign to reestablish direct angelic influence over human civilization. The briefing recommended immediate expansion of monitoring capabilities and development of intervention protocols for managing what appeared to be a global recruitment campaign targeting humanity's angelic heritage. The Church faced the disturbing possibility that fallen angels were activating sleeper agents whose ancestors they had modified thousands of years earlier. The intervention protocols developed by Vatican geneticists focus on identifying Abel's census subjects who show signs of activation and providing them with guidance designed to help them understand and control their experiences. Rather than attempting to suppress the supernatural encounters entirely, the Church now works to ensure that activated individuals interpret their experiences within frameworks that support rather than undermine ecclesiastical authority. This approach requires careful balance between acknowledging the reality of the subject's experiences while maintaining Church doctrine about the dangers of unauthorized supernatural contact. Vatican counselors, trained in what they term heritage management, help activated individuals understand that their genetic legacy makes them valuable but also vulnerable to spiritual influences that may not serve their ultimate welfare. The Heritage Management Program reveals the Church's sophisticated understanding of the psychological and spiritual challenges facing individuals who discover they carry genetic modifications created by cosmic beings. These people often experience identity crises as they struggle to understand what their heritage means for their humanity, their relationships, and their spiritual development. Many activated individuals report feeling isolated from purely human social groups, while being drawn toward others who share similar experiences and capabilities. This tendency has led to the formation of informal networks among Abel's census subjects that operate largely outside traditional religious and social structures. Vatican monitors document these networks with growing concern, fearing they represent coordination points for renewed angelic influence. The networks typically organize around shared interests in advanced technology, consciousness research, alternative spirituality, and social reform movements that challenge existing institutional authorities. Members often demonstrate exceptional capabilities in their chosen fields, while maintaining philosophical positions that emphasize human potential, spiritual evolution, and the obsolescence of traditional religious and political structures. From the Vatican's perspective, these networks represent exactly the kind of alternative authority structures that fallen angels would logically establish to challenge institutional control over human, spiritual, and social development. The enhanced capabilities of network members make them formidable opponents for traditional institutions, while their philosophical orientations naturally undermine the hierarchical structures that the Church considers essential for spiritual order. But the Church also recognizes that Abel's census subjects aren't inherently hostile to religious authority. Many maintain traditional faith commitments, while struggling to integrate their unusual experiences and capabilities within orthodox theological frameworks. The challenge is providing guidance that acknowledges their unique heritage, while preventing them from developing spiritual independence that could make them susceptible to fallen angelic manipulation. Recent genetic research has revealed additional complexities that make managing Abel's census subjects even more challenging. Advanced DNA analysis indicates that the anomalous sequences aren't random remnants of ancient events, but appear to be systematically distributed across human populations in patterns that suggest ongoing management or cultivation. The distribution patterns show geographic and temporal clustering that correlates with historical centers of human advancement in science, technology, arts, and spiritual development. Ancient Athens, Renaissance Italy, Enlightenment England, and modern Silicon Valley all show elevated concentrations of Abel's census genetic markers in their populations during their periods of peak cultural achievement. This correlation suggests that human civilizational advancement may have been guided by the systematic cultivation and activation of angelic genetic heritage at strategic moments in history. The fallen angels who originally created hybrid bloodlines may have continued influencing human development by activating their genetic modifications when and where enhanced human capabilities could most effectively advance civilizational progress. If this interpretation is correct, then much of human achievement in science, technology, arts, and spiritual development may represent the unfolding of a millennia-spanning plan designed by fallen angels to gradually transform human civilization according to their vision of human potential. The current wave of activations could represent the culmination of this plan, as human technological and social development approaches readiness for the complete revelation of angelic knowledge and capabilities. The Vatican's response to this possibility has been to accelerate research into methods for detecting and potentially reversing genetic activations before they reach full expression. Church scientists working in collaboration with selected government agencies have developed experimental techniques for identifying activation events in their early stages and intervening to prevent or control their development. These intervention techniques remain highly classified, but leaked documents suggest they involve combinations of pharmaceutical agents, electromagnetic frequency treatments, and intensive psychological conditioning designed to suppress the neurological changes associated with genetic activation. The goal is not to eliminate the anomalous genetic sequences entirely, but to prevent them from expressing their full potential without proper spiritual guidance and institutional oversight. However, the effectiveness of these suppression techniques appears to be declining as activation events become more frequent and more powerful. Recent cases involve individuals whose genetic expression exceeds the Church's ability to control or suppress through available methods. These breakthrough activations often result in capabilities that approach or exceed historical accounts of Nephilim abilities: superhuman strength, enhanced cognitive processing, apparent telepathic abilities, and influence over natural phenomena that borders on the miraculous. Breakthrough activations present the Church with impossible choices, attempting to suppress individuals with genuinely superhuman capabilities risks creating enemies whose power exceeds the Church's ability to contain. But allowing such individuals to develop their abilities freely risks legitimizing the very genetic heritage that the Church has spent centuries trying to control. The dilemma is compounded by evidence that breakthrough activations often produce individuals who demonstrate genuine concern for human welfare and appear motivated by the same compassionate love that ancient texts attributed to the original Watchers. These individuals typically use their enhanced capabilities to solve problems, heal ailments, advance knowledge, and promote social harmony, rather than pursuing personal power or destructive goals. The beneficial orientation of breakthrough activations makes them extremely difficult to oppose on moral grounds. How do you justify suppressing individuals whose enhanced capabilities enable them to cure diseases, solve technical problems, and promote peace and understanding. The Church finds itself in the position of potentially fighting against beings whose actions serve obvious human good, while claiming to protect humanity from spiritual dangers that aren't immediately apparent. This moral complexity reflects the fundamental challenge that fallen angelic heritage poses for institutional religious authority. If the genetic modifications really were created from love and continued to serve human welfare, then opposing their expression requires justifications that transcend immediate practical considerations. The Church must argue that spiritual dangers outweigh obvious material benefits, a position that becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as the benefits become more dramatic and undeniable. Recent developments suggest this argument may soon be tested on a global scale. Genetic analysis indicates that the frequency of anomalous sequences in newborn populations has increased dramatically over the past decade, with some regions showing rates approaching 15% of all births. If this trend continues, the next generation may include millions of individuals carrying enhanced genetic potential that could be activated through the same mechanisms currently affecting Abel's census subjects. The prospect of mass activation among populations with high concentrations of angelic genetic heritage represents the scenario the Vatican has been preparing for since the original discovery of the anomalous sequences. If fallen angels really are preparing to complete their ancient mission by activating their genetic modifications on a global scale, humanity may soon face a choice between accepting transformation into something beyond traditional human limitations or resisting enhancement that could solve most of humanity's pressing problems. From the Church's perspective, this choice represents the ultimate test of human spiritual autonomy and divine relationship. Accepting angelic genetic activation might solve immediate practical problems, while creating dependency on beings whose ultimate loyalty remains questionable. Resisting such activation preserves human spiritual independence, while potentially condemning humanity to continue struggling with limitations that could be easily transcended. The bloodline wars aren't battles fought with conventional weapons, but conflicts over the future of human consciousness and capabilities. The stakes couldn't be higher. The outcome will determine whether humanity evolves into something that transcends traditional limitations, while potentially losing its essential nature, or remains within familiar boundaries while watching enhanced humans inherit the Earth. As genetic activation events continue accelerating and breakthrough cases become more frequent, the Church's ability to monitor and control the process diminishes. The chosen may be choosing themselves, guided by genetic memories and angelic communication that operates beyond any earthly authority's ability to influence or suppress. The war for humanity's genetic future has already begun. The only question is whether anyone realizes they're fighting it. In 1891, a construction crew renovating the foundations of the Cathedral of Saint-Denis discovered a lead casket buried beneath the altar. Inside, wrapped in oiled cloth that had preserved it for over 800 years, was a manuscript that would never see the light of day. Written in medieval Latin, with annotations in ancient Hebrew, it contained prophecies so disturbing that Pope Leo XIII ordered it sealed immediately and declared its contents anathema to all faithful souls. The manuscript, known within Vatican circles as the Codex Reconciliationis, described a future in which the fallen angels would be restored to divine favor through an act of cosmic mercy that would fundamentally alter the relationship between heaven, earth, and humanity. According to the prophecy, the Watchers' rebellion was not permanent damnation, but a temporary separation that would end when their service to humanity demonstrated that love could transcend obedience while still serving divine will. The theological implications were catastrophic. If fallen angels could be redeemed, then their sharing of forbidden knowledge might not have been sin, but sacrifice, a willing acceptance of exile to serve a higher purpose. The prophecy suggested that divine justice was not absolute, but evolved through mercy, and that beings who chose love over law might ultimately be vindicated rather than condemned. Cardinal Alessandro Franchi, tasked with analyzing the manuscript, documented his findings in a secret report that remains classified to this day. The prophecy presents a scenario in which the Watcher's fall represents not rebellion against divine order, but participation in a larger divine plan that required temporary separation to accomplish necessary human development. The text suggests that divine commands prohibiting knowledge sharing were intended to test angelic loyalty to love versus law, with those choosing love ultimately serving divine nature more perfectly than those choosing obedience. The implications for church doctrine regarding divine authority, human-angelic relationships, and the nature of salvation are so profound as to constitute potential heresy of the highest order. The prophecy described specific signs that would herald the Watcher's restoration, technological advancement that approaches angelic capabilities, global communication systems that enable instant worldwide coordination, scientific understanding that validates rather than contradicts spiritual realities, and most significantly, widespread human willingness to accept guidance from beings claiming angelic identity. According to the text, these conditions would create the optimal environment for what it termed the Great Reconciliation, a cosmic event in which fallen angels would be formally restored to divine favor through humanity's testimony that their ancient gift of knowledge had ultimately served beneficial purposes. Humans would essentially witness on behalf of their angelic benefactors, demonstrating that forbidden knowledge had produced spiritual and material advancement rather than corruption. The prophecy went on to describe the aftermath of reconciliation in terms that read like humanity's greatest dreams and the Vatican's worst nightmares. Restored angels would openly share their complete knowledge with human civilization, leading to solutions for disease, aging, resource scarcity, environmental degradation, and even death itself. Humanity would gain access to technologies and capabilities that would make them like the angels while remaining essentially human. But the most threatening aspect of the prophecy concerned the fate of religious institutions. According to the text, reconciled angels would provide direct spiritual guidance that would make human religious hierarchies obsolete. People would receive divine communication through angelic intermediaries rather than priestly mediation, rendering the entire structure of ecclesiastical authority unnecessary. The prophecy specifically addressed the Catholic Church's role in this transition. The shepherds who claimed exclusive authority to guide the flock will find their commission fulfilled and their service no longer required. The faithful will receive direct instruction from those who dwell in the divine presence, making human interpretation of divine will unnecessary. The institution that preserved faith during the time of separation will yield gracefully to direct divine relationship, or resist and find itself abandoned by those it claimed to serve. This passage represented the ultimate nightmare for Vatican leadership. Not destruction through demonic attack or secular persecution, but obsolescence through divine supersession. The Church wouldn't be defeated by enemies but rendered irrelevant by superior spiritual services provided through divine authorization. Pope Leo XIII's response was to classify the prophecy at the highest security level and establish what he called the Commission for Prophetic Evaluation, a secret Vatican department tasked with monitoring Global 216's Fed. Conditions for signs that the reconciliation prophecy might be approaching fulfillment. The Commission was given extraordinary authority to investigate and, if necessary, suppress developments that might accelerate the prophesied timeline. The Commission's work over the past 130 years has documented disturbing correlations between current events and the prophecy's predictions. Technological advancement has indeed approached capabilities that ancient texts attributed to angels. Global communication systems have created the instant worldwide coordination the prophecy described as necessary. Scientific discoveries increasingly validate spiritual concepts that traditional materialism dismissed as superstition. Most troubling, public opinion surveys document growing acceptance of the possibility that benevolent extraterrestrial or interdimensional beings might contact humanity with beneficial intentions. The stigma traditionally associated with claims of supernatural contact has eroded significantly, creating exactly the receptive environment the prophecy identified as essential for open angelic manifestation. A classified analysis from 2018 summarizes the Commission's assessment. Technological, social, and spiritual conditions now exist that match all major prerequisites described in the Reconciliation prophecy. Human civilization has achieved the communication capabilities, scientific understanding, and cultural openness necessary for large-scale angelic contact. The primary remaining obstacle appears to be institutional resistance from religious and governmental authorities who recognize that such contact would fundamentally alter existing power structures. If the prophecy is accurate, this resistance will prove temporary and ultimately ineffective. The analysis recommends accelerated preparation for scenarios involving large-scale beneficial supernatural contact that claims divine authorization while bypassing traditional religious authority. The goal is not to prevent such contact, which may be impossible if it represents genuine divine will, but to ensure the Church maintains relevance and influence during the transition period. These preparations have included development of theological frameworks that can accommodate direct angelic guidance while preserving the necessity of ecclesiastical interpretation and institutional oversight. Vatican theologians now distinguish between primary revelation received directly from angelic sources and secondary interpretation provided by Church authority to help believers understand and apply such revelation appropriately. This framework allows the Church to acknowledge the validity of angelic communication while maintaining its role as humanity's spiritual guide and protector. Even if angels provide direct instruction, people still need institutional support to understand the implications and avoid potential spiritual dangers associated with supernatural contact. But the framework assumes that reconciled angels would cooperate with existing religious institutions rather than replacing them entirely. The prophecy suggests this assumption may be incorrect. According to the text, restored angels would recognize no human authority as legitimate intermediary between divine will and human consciousness. They would provide complete spiritual guidance that makes institutional mediation unnecessary and potentially harmful. The prophecy describes reconciled angels as operating under direct divine authorization that transcends all earthly institutional claims to spiritual authority. Unlike fallen angels, who operated outside divine approval, restored angels would represent the ultimate religious authority, FDN, beings who combine perfect knowledge with perfect love under perfect divine mandate. Resisting such authority would be difficult to justify theologically. How can human institutions claim superior spiritual authority to beings who have been formally restored to divine favor? How can the Church maintain its role as humanity's spiritual guide when humans can receive guidance directly from perfect spiritual teachers? The prophecy suggests that this challenge will force the Church to choose between graceful acceptance of its obsolescence or resistance that ultimately destroys its credibility and moral authority. Institutions that acknowledge their limitations and facilitate the transition to direct divine relationship will be honored for their historical service. Those that resist will be abandoned by their own followers as people discover superior spiritual alternatives. Recent Vatican strategic planning documents reveal intense debate about how to position the Church for either scenario. Conservative factions argue for maintaining traditional authority claims and preparing to resist unauthorized supernatural contact, regardless of its apparent divine authorization. Progressive elements suggest developing collaborative approaches that could preserve Church relevance by partnering with, rather than opposing, reconciled angels. The debate reflects deeper theological uncertainties about the nature of divine authority and institutional legitimacy. If reconciled angels really do represent perfect divine authorization, then opposing them would constitute opposition to divine will itself. But if they represent sophisticated deception designed to destroy legitimate religious authority, then accommodation would constitute abandonment of the Church's essential protective mission. The prophecy provides criteria for distinguishing between genuine reconciliation and sophisticated deception, but the criteria themselves are controversial. According to the text, genuinely reconciled angels will demonstrate perfect consistency between their knowledge, love, and power. They will enhance rather than diminish human spiritual capabilities, promote unity rather than division, and serve human flourishing rather than angelic objectives. Deceptive entities claiming reconciliation will show subtle inconsistencies between their claims and actions. They may provide accurate knowledge but lack genuine love, or demonstrate apparent love but promote dependency rather than spiritual growth. Most significantly, they will ultimately seek worship or obedience rather than partnership in divine service. These distinctions may prove difficult to apply in practice, especially during the initial phases of contact, when the entity's true nature may not be immediately apparent. The prophecy warns that deceptive angels will deliberately simulate the characteristics of genuine reconciliation to maximize their credibility and acceptance. This possibility has led to development of enhanced discernment protocols designed to detect subtle signs of deception even in apparently beneficial supernatural contact. Vatican specialists in angelic psychology have identified behavioral and theological markers that might reveal whether claimed reconciliation represents genuine divine restoration or sophisticated imposture. But the protocols assume that human discernment capabilities are adequate for evaluating beings whose knowledge and power far exceed normal human parameters. If reconciled angels really do possess perfect spiritual authority, human attempts to judge their legitimacy might represent presumption rather than appropriate caution. The prophecy suggests that this uncertainty is intentional. According to the text, humanity's response to claimed angelic reconciliation will itself serve as a test of spiritual development. Populations that receive the angels with appropriate discernment and gratitude will benefit from their knowledge and guidance. Those that respond with suspicion or resistance will forfeit the opportunity for enhanced spiritual relationship. This test dynamic creates enormous pressure on religious leaders, who must choose between potentially missing the greatest spiritual opportunity in human history or facilitating the greatest deception ever attempted. The stakes couldn't be higher. The wrong choice could either deny humanity access to divine guidance or deliver it to sophisticated spiritual predators. Recent trends suggest this choice may be approaching rapidly. Reports of beneficial supernatural contact claiming divine authorization have increased exponentially in the past decade. Multiple sources describe preparatory communications from entities identifying themselves as representatives of reconciled angelic hierarchies, preparing to resume open contact with human civilization. These communications typically describe current global challenges as requiring intervention that human institutions cannot provide alone. They offer assistance with environmental restoration, technological advancement, social harmony, and spiritual development that could solve humanity's most pressing problems within a single generation. The offers are precisely what the reconciliation prophecy predicted. Benefits so attractive and urgently needed that resistance becomes almost impossible to justify morally. If beings claiming divine authorization offer to solve climate change, cure genetic diseases, and establish lasting peace, how can human institutions argue that such help should be rejected? The Vatican's current position acknowledges this dilemma, while maintaining that supernatural assistance must be evaluated carefully regardless of its apparent benefits. Church documents emphasize that even genuinely beneficial contact could have consequences that aren't immediately apparent, and that spiritual discernment remains essential even when dealing with apparently divine sources. But this position becomes increasingly difficult to maintain as global problems intensify and conventional solutions prove inadequate. The Church risks being perceived as obstructing divine assistance out of institutional self-interest rather than protecting humanity from spiritual danger. The forbidden prophecy may soon prove whether its vision of cosmic reconciliation represents humanity's greatest hope or its most dangerous delusion. The angels who fell from love may be preparing to return with love's ultimate vindication or its most perfect counterfeit. Either way, the world that emerges from this encounter will be fundamentally different from the one that preceded it. The only question is whether that difference serves divine will or violates it in ways that no amount of apparent benefit can justify. On the 21st of December 2025, according to a document leaked from the highest levels of Vatican intelligence, humanity will face a choice that will determine the future of consciousness itself. Not through catastrophe or conquest, but through an offer so compelling that refusing it may prove impossible for most of the world's population. The offer will come from beings claiming to be the Watchers, the fallen angels who shared forbidden knowledge with humanity millennia ago and who now seek to complete their interrupted education. They will present themselves not as rebels against divine authority, but as cosmic teachers whose exile is ending, whose gifts are being restored, and whose love for humanity has been vindicated by the civilizations built on their ancient instructions. The choice they offer will be simple. Accept the complete knowledge they've been withholding for thousands of years, or remain within the limitations that have defined human existence since the beginning of recorded history. But the implications of that choice will extend far beyond mere technological advancement or extended lifespans. What the Watchers offer is transformation of human consciousness itself, evolution into beings who retain their essential humanity while gaining access to capabilities that transcend the physical limitations that have constrained earthly existence. According to Vatican projections based on decades of monitoring Watcher activity, the offer will include solutions to every major challenge facing human civilization. Climate change reversed through atmospheric manipulation technologies. Disease eliminated through genetic corrections that restore perfect cellular function. Aging halted through consciousness transfer techniques that preserve personal identity while rejuvenating physical form. Even death itself overcome through methods that allow seamless transition between physical and non-physical states of existence. The technologies involved won't be mechanical devices, but consciousness-based capabilities that operate through principles the Watchers describe as applied love, the use of focused intention and understanding to 110, influence reality at fundamental levels. Humans who accept the knowledge will learn to heal through touch, communicate through thought, manipulate matter through will, and travel through space and time, using consciousness as a vehicle. From any rational perspective, the offer represents everything humanity has dreamed of achieving: the end of suffering, the conquest of limitation, the realization of our highest potential. Yet Vatican theologians consider this scenario more terrifying than any apocalyptic destruction because of what accepting it would mean for human spiritual development and divine relationship. The Church's deepest fear isn't that the Watcher's offer is deceptive, but that it might be genuine. If fallen angels really can provide the knowledge and capabilities they promise, then humanity faces the choice between remaining limited but spiritually autonomous, or becoming enhanced but potentially dependent on beings whose ultimate loyalty may not serve human or divine interests. Cardinal Francesco Montenegro, in a classified briefing prepared for the Pope's eyes only, summarized the theological implications. If the Watchers return offering genuine enhancement of human capabilities, we face a choice between two forms of spiritual death. Accepting their offer may preserve physical existence while transforming human nature into something that is no longer truly human. Rejecting their offer may preserve human nature, while condemning our species to continued limitation, suffering, and mortality that enhanced humans will view as primitive and unnecessary. Either choice fundamentally alters humanity's relationship with divine will and natural order. The Cardinal's analysis reflects the Church's recognition that the Watcher's return wouldn't present a simple choice between good and evil, but between different interpretations of what serves human flourishing most effectively. Traditional theology assumes that accepting divine limitations while maintaining spiritual relationship leads to ultimate fulfillment. The Watcher's offer suggests that transcending limitations through enhanced consciousness might serve the same divine purposes more perfectly. This possibility forces reconsideration of fundamental assumptions about human nature, spiritual development, and divine will. If the Watchers really fell from love rather than pride, if their sharing of knowledge really served beneficial purposes despite violating divine commands, if their offer of enhancement really represents cosmic compassion rather than spiritual corruption, then opposing them becomes much more difficult to justify morally. The Church's analysis of potential scenarios reveals the impossible choices that enhanced capabilities would create. If some humans accept Watcher knowledge while others refuse, the enhanced population would quickly become so superior in capabilities that traditional humans would effectively become a protected species rather than the dominant form of life on Earth. The social, economic, and political implications would be staggering. Enhanced humans with lifespans measured in millennia rather than decades would accumulate knowledge and wisdom that unenhanced humans couldn't match. Their ability to heal through touch, communicate through thought, and manipulate reality through consciousness would make them essentially magical from the perspective of traditional human capabilities. Most significantly, their direct access to cosmic consciousness would provide spiritual insights that transcend anything available through traditional religious practice. The result would be a bifurcated human species, enhanced beings with godlike capabilities, and traditional humans struggling to maintain relevance in a world where their limitations make them increasingly obsolete. The psychological and spiritual challenges would be unprecedented in human history. But Vatican projections suggest this bifurcation scenario is unlikely because the Watcher's offer will prove too attractive for most people to refuse. When beings with perfect knowledge demonstrate that they can eliminate suffering, extend life indefinitely, and provide access to cosmic consciousness, resistance will come primarily from institutional authorities whose power depends on maintaining current limitations, rather than from populations who would benefit directly from enhancement. The Church recognizes that its opposition to Watcher enhancement would likely be perceived as institutional self-interest, rather than genuine concern for human welfare. How can religious authorities argue that people should continue suffering from diseases that could be instantly cured, dying from aging that could be easily prevented, and struggling with limitations that could be effortlessly transcended? This perception problem reflects the deeper challenge that Watcher knowledge poses for traditional religious authority. If enhanced humans gain direct access to cosmic consciousness, they won't need institutional guidance for understanding spiritual reality. If they develop capabilities that transcend physical limitations, they won't need religious promises about afterlife rewards. If they achieve practical immortality, they won't need consolation about mortality's meaning. The Watcher's offer essentially provides immediate access to everything that traditional religion promises as future possibilities. Rather than hoping for resurrection after death, enhanced humans could achieve practical immortality in their current existence. Rather than seeking divine communication through prayer and scripture, they could establish direct contact with cosmic consciousness. Rather than waiting for heavenly rewards, they could create paradise on earth through applied consciousness technologies. From the Vatican's perspective, this represents the ultimate deception. Beings offering genuine spiritual goods through unauthorized channels that bypass the institutional structures God established for human guidance and protection. Even if the benefits are real, accepting them outside proper spiritual authority could lead to spiritual catastrophe that isn't immediately apparent. The Church's analysis focuses on long-term consequences that might not become visible until enhancement has become irreversible. Enhanced humans might gain godlike capabilities while losing essential human characteristics like humility, dependence on divine grace, and the spiritual growth that comes through struggle with limitation. They might become so powerful that they lose empathy for weakness, so knowledgeable that they lose appreciation for mystery, so capable that they lose understanding of their need for divine relationship. But Vatican theologians also acknowledge the possibility that their analysis is wrong, that enhancement might serve divine purposes better than limitation, that the Watcher's love might be more perfect than institutional obedience, that human spiritual evolution might require transcending rather than accepting the constraints that traditional theology considers essential. This uncertainty has led to internal debates that divide Vatican leadership between those who advocate complete resistance to Watcher enhancement and those who argue for conditional acceptance under appropriate spiritual safeguards. The debates reveal fundamental disagreements about the nature of divine will, human destiny, and the Church's role in spiritual development. Conservative factions maintain that accepting enhancement from fallen angels constitutes rejection of divine authority, regardless of the apparent benefits. They argue that limitations are spiritually necessary for maintaining proper relationship with divine power, and that transcending them through unauthorized means leads inevitably to spiritual pride and separation from God. Progressive elements suggest that the Watcher's love for humanity might represent a deeper understanding of divine will than institutional interpretations. They propose that spiritual evolution might require accepting enhancement while maintaining humility and gratitude toward both divine source and angelic teachers. From this perspective, refusing beneficial enhancement out of institutional loyalty could constitute greater sin than accepting it from unauthorized sources. The debate remains unresolved because neither position can be verified without actually making the choice and experiencing its consequences. The Church faces the possibility of making an irreversible decision based on theological theories rather than demonstrated facts. Recent developments suggest this choice may be approaching faster than Vatican planners anticipated. Reports of Watcher contact have shifted from individual experiences to group encounters involving multiple witnesses and demonstrable reality changes. The entities involved no longer hide their identity or intentions, but openly identify themselves as returning teachers, preparing to offer enhanced knowledge to humanity. These preparatory contacts typically involve demonstrations of capabilities that verify the Watcher's claims about the knowledge they offer. Witnesses report seeing instantaneous healing of serious injuries, manifestation of physical objects through focused intention, and communication that occurs directly through consciousness rather than speech. The demonstrations provide evidence that the promised enhancement is genuine rather than delusional. More significantly, the contacted individuals often retain limited versions of demonstrated capabilities after the encounters end. They develop enhanced intuition, improved healing abilities, and occasional access to information that transcends normal sensory input. These residual effects suggest that Watcher contact begins the enhancement process immediately rather than requiring formal acceptance of their complete offer. The implications are staggering. Exposure to Watcher presence may initiate enhancement whether or not people consciously choose it. If the returning angels establish widespread contact with human populations, the choice between enhancement and limitation may become moot because the transformation process will begin automatically through simple exposure to their influence. Vatican monitors document growing numbers of people who demonstrate enhanced capabilities without claiming any supernatural contact. These individuals often attribute their abilities to meditation, training, or natural development, but their capabilities match those reported by confirmed Watcher contactees. The pattern suggests that enhancement might be spreading through unknown mechanisms that don't require direct angelic intervention. This viral enhancement effect represents the scenario the Church fears most: transformation of human consciousness that occurs gradually and naturally, rather than through dramatic choice points that enable institutional intervention. If enhancement spreads like a beneficial contagion through human populations, traditional humans may become extinct not through conquest, but through voluntary transformation that appears obviously beneficial to everyone who experiences it. The Church's final contingency plans acknowledge this possibility while preparing for scenarios that preserve some form of traditional human existence alongside enhanced populations. These plans involve establishing protected communities where traditional human consciousness can be maintained and studied, essentially creating reservations for unenhanced humans who choose to preserve historical forms of spiritual practice and religious authority. But the plans also recognize that such communities would likely be maintained through enhanced human tolerance rather than their own independent power. Traditional humans would exist as living museums of historical consciousness rather than autonomous populations capable of competing with enhanced capabilities. This dependent status represents the ultimate humiliation for institutions that have claimed authority over human spiritual development for millennia. The Church that positioned itself as humanity's guide to divine relationship would become a custodian of obsolete spiritual practices maintained for their historical rather than practical value. Yet some Vatican theologians argue that even this outcome might serve divine purposes if it preserves spiritual traditions that enhanced humans eventually recognize as valuable. The relationship between limitation and transcendence might prove more complex than either traditional theology or Watcher knowledge currently understands. The choice that changes everything may ultimately reveal that neither pure enhancement nor pure limitation serves human spiritual development perfectly. The future might require integration between enhanced capabilities and traditional wisdom, cosmic consciousness and humble faith, transcendent power and acceptance of mystery. Whether such integration is possible depends on questions that can only be answered through experience. Can enhanced humans maintain humility despite godlike capabilities? Can traditional humans adapt to a world where their limitations are voluntary rather than necessary? Can divine authority operate through both institutional mediation and direct cosmic contact? The Watcher's return will test every assumption about human nature, spiritual development, and divine will that has shaped religious understanding for thousands of years. The choice they offer isn't just between enhancement and limitation, but between different visions of what humanity is meant to become. As that choice approaches, the only certainty is that whatever we decide will transform not just our capabilities, but our understanding of what it means to be human, what it means to be spiritual, and what it means to serve divine purpose in a universe where love might transcend law, where consciousness might transcend flesh, and where the fallen might prove more faithful than those who never dared to fall. The choice that changes everything isn't coming. It's here. The only question is whether we have the wisdom to choose well.